This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. 2 proposed bills and 1 proposed resolution to either stall out or ban cloud seeding and other atmospheric manipulations were topics of heated discussion at the legislature's Agriculture Committee meeting on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that during a 4-hour conversation on the topic, Representative Mike Schmidt, an outspoken critic of cloud seeding, presented the 3 measures.
He handed those out to the committee, but they weren't in the advanced materials available to the public. I was able to get the gist what the 2 proposed bills, the first 2, were. One's a moratorium, a 10-year moratorium on cloud seeding to get some baseline water research. The other one is a ban on other kinds of atmospheric injections and radiations. And then the third one is this proposed resolution that Schmidt said he wanted to send to Congress.
The topics elicited strong emotions and concern from people who are saying that the skies just don't look right. The committee, by a show of hands vote, asked its staffers to formulate the 3 measures. The body of a hiker who went missing in late July has been found and recovered from the Bighorn Mountains. The Bighorn County Sheriff's Office confirmed that the body of 38-year-old Grant Gardner was found on the northern route of Cloud Peak on Tuesday evening. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Gardner's body was found by a couple of out-of-state hikers who happened to be at just the right place at the right time.
A team of experienced climbers from North Carolina had summited Cloud Peak on Tuesday, and as they were making camp, they spotted a glimmer from what turned out to be a piece of fabric on Grant Gardner's backpack. They immediately notified the Bighorn County Sheriff's Office, and they sent their search and rescue team up there. It had been obscured from view in several spots.
Gardner had summited Cloud Peak on July 29th, which was also the last time anyone had been in contact with him. The Bighorn County Sheriff's Office mobilized a massive search and rescue operation on August 1st, which lasted 20 days. Granting Wyoming authority to regulate the byproducts of burning coal to make power, including coal ash, is a huge step for the state in getting out from under sometimes tedious and frustrating federal oversight. That was part of the message EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin delivered at the Wyoming Capitol Thursday during a signing ceremony for a letter recommending that the state be allowed to manage coal combustion residuals itself. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was at the ceremony.
What Wyoming will get, if this goes through, which it looks like it will, is autonomy to manage the program themselves instead of having the feds manage it through the EPA. The EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin was here in Wyoming to sign a letter saying, hey, the EPA supports Wyoming doing this. They could do it at least as good, if not better than we can, so why not let them do it?
Zeldin said Wyoming is the 5th state to gain control of its own CCR program, adding that that's a nod to how important the state's energy industries are to America's strength. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
An oft-painted rock south of the Wyoming-Colorado border is demanding the release of the Epstein files. So are Wyoming leaders on the political left and right. Haystack Rock on U.S. Highway 287 wears many faces as people paint it with messages ranging from memorials to birthday wishes to political outrage. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that on Wednesday afternoon, someone painted "Release Epstein Files" on the boulder's highway-facing side.
There's an attorney based out of Laramie named Travis Helm, and he drives past, they call it Haystack Rock. And yesterday it said, "Release Epstein Files," in all caps, red. And so Helm shot a photo of it. Despite being a chronic Trump hater, Helm finds himself in unusual company as top Republicans like Brian Miller and Representative Tom Kelly also want to see that list released.
While still campaigning for his second term in 2024, President Donald Trump said he'd have no problem releasing more official files relating to accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, including the client list. But this summer, Trump's Department of Justice walked back reports that Epstein kept a client list and declined to make more of the files public. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Knee slapping music here at 6 o'clock in the morning. Your buddy Bags with Cowboy State Daily Radio. This Saturday edition, I'm back. You missed me? Last week I was in Deadwood, South Dakota for Deadwood Nights, the car show, one of the best I've ever seen. Hundreds, if not 1,000 classic cars running around the Black Hills of South Dakota. Got to drive one. 56 Chevy 210 station wagon. Grocery grabbing family wagon from the 50s. From Wheatland, Wyoming, all the way to Deadwood, South Dakota. Had a ball. Had to take the day off. Thank you, Jeff Rickett, for covering for your buddy Bags. And thank you, Frank Jones in Wheatland, Wyoming, for loaning me that beautiful classic station wagon to drive to Deadwood, South Dakota. But I am back, and we are, I better do the weather real quickly here in Wyoming. This is Don Day's Wyoming weather forecast for today, this weekend. A mix of rain, chances of a little bit of rain today in a big part of the state. Highs from near 70 to near 80 degrees, lows from the mid-30s to the mid-50s. Right now, Casper, 57 degrees. It's 48 here and partly cloudy in Sheridan, Wyoming, on this side of the Bighorns. Gillette, 51 degrees. And Cheyenne, it's cloudy and 55. Gonna head into the Zoom room here, see if I could get up his image for us. If you're checking us out via online, either Facebook Live, YouTube, on our website at cowboystatedaily.com, and or X Live as well. There we go. This is me on it's your buddy Bags on technology. Oh, that's why I have friends and guys I know like this right here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Zoom room. This is Zach Teichert. He is, well, I went to the website to make sure because I thought you were operations manager, but I like this title better, Zach. It says client success manager. And I do like that. I absolutely do, because that's what we want in the business of marketing, right? You want client success so you can stay in business. Welcome, and thanks for joining us here on Cowboy State Daily Radio, the early edition, 6 o'clock hour. How you doing, Zach?
Good. Thanks for having me, John. It's good to see your face.
Oh, yeah, yours too, my friend. Absolutely. So anyway, we're, you and I, first let me introduce you, who you are, what you do. You were here in the vicinity of Sheridan, Wyoming, and Cody and so forth. But where are you now?
I currently live in Idaho Falls, so East Idaho, not too far from Wyoming still. Still get over there quite a bit. Have a lot of family from Wyoming, and always have a soft spot for Wyoming. So
it's the Rocky Mountain West.
That's right.
My wife travels to Idaho quite a bit, Boise area, and she says it's beautiful. And I have been only briefly in Idaho, but I think Deb's going to invite me the next time her organization has an operation up there, so I get to go see it and spend a little time. So I do know it's beautiful up there. So I want to transition at some point. Let me tease what we're talking about, or what at least motivated me to bother you, to get you up bright and early to talk about this whole thing with Cracker Barrel. Okay, so what's the big deal? Because we've watched corporations make the mistake of marketing themselves away from their base. I'll call it that. The Bud Light fiasco comes to mind. But here we are now with that lesson supposedly learned, and sure enough, another big operation, a big corporation ends up, chasing away some of their base customers. So that's what motivated me, because I know you're somewhat of an expert in that area, along with marketing and branding and so forth. Tell us about what you do and your operation at Spot On Solutions LLC.
Yeah. So as you mentioned, I'm the operations manager, kind of have two hats, client success manager, help out in that department too. So Spot On Solutions and Get Found First are two sister companies that are digital marketing companies. We really focus on all sorts of businesses, large national brands to small local brands. Really anybody, I think, that is looking to grow and scale their business, and know that digital is kind of that next step for them. I also own a couple of my own businesses as well. So a few years ago, my family and I we bought a abandoned drive-in movie theater,
Is that
and we
right?
yeah, and so we transferred that over to uh, a drive-in movie theater. We're right along the Snake, or I mean, a RV park. We're right along the Snake River in Idaho Falls, so we're called Idaho Falls Luxury RV Park.
Ah,
Uh, own, own and involved in a couple other businesses as well. So I kind of have a perspective of both sides, right? Being behind the desk on both sides, helping businesses grow, and then trying to grow my own business. And so, yeah, that's my background. Been in marketing, specifically digital, with a little bit of traditional as well for over 10 years now. So
yeah. And our rendezvous point was as you were handling the digital marketing side of the radio operation that I worked for and managed here for 4 or 5 years, and you were intricate as we developed and expanded into that space. Now, traditional radio, we're doing some of that today. We're doing both kinds, both what we call new media here, online streaming, as well as broadcast in multiple markets here in Wyoming. So it's somewhat unique here at Cowboy State Daily Radio. But uh, what you brought to the table, to me anyway, being at that point probably when we met, 40 years in traditional broadcast radio, was the realization that we did have to expand and reach an audience who maybe demographically was getting younger, and their source of information was coming from the internet primarily, and social media, etc. So we needed to get into that space, and that's what brought you into my world, being an expert with that. And there were times where it was a little bit painful for some of us dinosaurs to recognize that there's multiple ways of reaching audiences. Both, folks my age. I'm at the that end of the boomers, and then of course all the way down to we're at Gen Z now, where they're getting their information and their sources. So we had to expand. We brought you on with that expertise, and so it helped me to create packages of advertising so that folks were not only broadcast radio, but they were also, maybe they had a YouTube message, or they were on Facebook Live, or some of this other media that is required these days. Wouldn't you agree? It really is required if you want to survive.
yeah, I mean, I think there's just so many more distributions and platforms where people are. Um, and so, 40 years ago, radio, television, newspaper were kind of those three lanes you could go. I mean, there's some other ones too, obviously like billboards, but anymore there's just so many places where people can be found. Um, and that's the goal, is to be found wherever your user is.
Yeah.
Everybody has kind of a different user experience, definitely by generations, but even within those generations, um, we all search, we all consume media differently. And so it's just being able to stay in front of people no matter where they're at and have a strong, powerful message as well.
We had, I think it was 8 local newspapers, 8 towns, just recently, within the last month or two. I don't know if fold is the right word, because there's rumors to the effect that they may be brought back. Some of these smaller markets, in Wyoming, our small markets are small markets, but they have local newspapers. And listen, I'm still one of those guys. Don't get me wrong. If I have the time to spread out a stinky, ink-staining newspaper out on my kitchen table on a Sunday or something to read it from cover to cover, and I do, that's a good day. That means I've got time to relax and to do it. A cup of coffee and in the newspaper. I still love to do that. However, that's becoming almost historic, is folks doing that, because here I am this morning on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Cowboy State Daily puts out we call it an online newspaper. It's some would call it an email newsletter, but it's 90-some thousand subscribers, Zach. Mm-hmm. And it is, if you look at it, and I think you have, it is like a newspaper. I mean, it has columns. It's, sports and editorials, and then hard news and lifestyles and so forth. And then a bullpen, a lineup of incredibly talented writers. And they're writing. I mean, it's, they're writing as if it were a newspaper, and they're on the staff, and we have, our chief editor and so forth. So that's what I'm doing normally, is I bring up online news. I probably have, if I showed you my phone sources, I probably have 14 or 15 different sources for news that come to me online. That's really the reality of where we're at today as my generation ages out.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of the future, and has been for a while. But it is just a funny story about that. I used to work with a manufacturing company doing helping them with employment, trying to find employees, and I was telling my wife about it, and she's a little younger than me as well. But we were talking about how they advertise. They have the job postings in the newspaper, and she had no idea that newspapers had like classified for jobs. And so it's just interesting how every generation really is looking for that differently and everything. And so, yeah.
Well, and I think that, what I want to get into this discussion about Cracker Barrel, because I'm one of those people, and I've got your logo up. For those that are streaming us, they can see your handsome face and the logo for SOS. It's got the life ring there. Spot On Solutions is the name of the organization that Zach works for, and he's described as the client success manager, and I like that very much. But I do want to get into the conversation about Cracker Barrel because of this. With all that we just said to set this up, what you don't want to do as you transition into modern media and you're getting, your message online in as many places as you can, what you don't want to do, in my opinion, is chase away your base. And it's my opinion that this decision that Cracker Barrel made in some meeting room with a bunch of supposedly very intelligent people, that somebody didn't say, boy, if we do this, we're going to, I can say it, piss off a lot of people. And you don't want to do that either, do you?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think there's like a balance between the two, right? Like I understand, I think it's more nuanced than I sometimes have been seeing online with it. Like I understand maybe why they were trying to go that direction. But at the same time, like how do you shift strategy without losing, your customer base? And that's always a challenge, I think.
I think that the where uh, new media, I'm calling it that. What would you call it? When I call it new media, because I consider broadcast radio traditional media.
I think new media is a good name for it.
Okay, well, new media. I mean, my opinion is that what could have happened and should have happened is that they thought about using all mediums that they plan on being a part of and kind of reintroducing themselves to a new audience using new media. In other words, there still is a desire for nostalgia in this country. In fact, I think it's coming back where people are more and more interested in some of the traditional things that we have, events and patriotism maybe, and there's other things. But I think the experience at Cracker Barrel was always, in my opinion, going home. It was just kind of down home, and I believe that desire that folks have for that is coming back. And I mean, what would you have recommended as far as maybe introducing, their format and what they do to a new audience?
That's a good question. And if I had the right answer, I probably would be running Cracker Barrel or another organization. I think that's the challenge. But I understand as I've researched, and been reading more about it and everything, like that their target audience had been kind of dwindling. If you look at their stock over the last 5 years,
Mm-hmm.
you will see, especially after 2021, kind of post COVID, you see a huge dip. And so I think a gradual change or gradual, making small changes um, isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think what they probably underestimated is how powerful their logo was for them. Um, that logo, I mean, I think it just, for people that eat there and everything, and it's kind of a staple, right? It's, the CEO, she was part of Taco Bell's rebrand about 10 years ago, I think.
Is that right?
Yeah, and that went really well. But Taco Bell is a little bit different audience, right? Than their audience that they're getting. And so I think that's kind of the key is if you're gonna do make drastic changes like that, maybe it should be a slower um a slower process, and maybe the logo isn't the thing, especially when you have like an iconic logo like that. Maybe that's not the first thing that you should kind of kill.
Yeah, exactly. I got to do a break here. Speaking of taking care of business, I'm going to do this break here, and we come back. Now it's the question I have for you is, now what? What would you recommend that they do with this controversy, I guess? I'd call it that, and all this publicity that they've garnered through it. I don't know if that was part of the thought process, if they did that, maybe, but maybe hear from you what they should do in the situation they are in now, using some of the resources that you have or that you bring to the table, like the digital marketing, SEO, and pay-per-click, and so on and so forth. So let's talk about that when we get back. This is Zach Teichert. He is the client success manager at a company called Spot On Solutions, a digital marketing company. We're talking about what happened to Cracker Barrel and the decision they made to make some big changes. It's 6:23. You're with your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday morning with your buddy Bags. Saturday, August 30th. I cannot believe August is going away. That means summer, and we're here. Happy Labor Day weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I've got the Don King Days. Don King Days here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Bighorn, actually. And that's outdoor rodeo. Yeah, with no walls and fences. At the Bighorn Equestrian Center coming up. We'll be doing that tomorrow and Monday. Can't wait for that. That's always a blast. Back in the Zoo Brew with my friend, former cohort, and Sherpa of, for me, the digital marketing world. He is the manager at Spot On Solutions. Client success manager is his responsibility, and guiding folks, business folks, to which way to go and what avenue to take as they expand into the digital marketing world. And Zach, as we were going in there, we had brought up the Cracker Barrel situation, and so here they are, and they put out, probably you saw that as well, they put out a significant apology to their base clients. Do you think that was a wise move?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I've always been under the belief that any attention is good attention. And so I think that actually this could even though it may have been a blunder with the logo, I think it could help them out. And so it keeps it keeps their kind of name at the front of your mind. I think of I don't know if you remember a few years ago, and it was a publicity stunt, but IHOP, for like a week or two, they changed their name to International House of Burgers.
Right. I remember that. That was I thought, a blatant publicity stunt on that one.
Yeah.
This one, I'm not quite as sure if it was purposeful.
I don't think it was, but I think they can still use it similarly. As far as like I said, is when was the last time you heard Cracker Barrel's name in the news?
Right.
And so I think that it can be a positive thing for them. Will it, make everything, is it a Band-Aid is my question, I guess, or does it fix kind of maybe some of the core issues that they've been having? Another example that I thought about is I don't know if you're familiar with, in JCPenney tried to a similar rebrand in about 2011, I think, when they brought on really smart guy, Ron Johnson. He was the CEO and kind of the architect of Apple Store. And they changed a lot of their branding. They I think they brought on Ellen DeGeneres as a spokesperson. They also changed their sales, right? They tried to do more of like an everyday low price versus sales all the time, which is kind of the model that H&M and Forever 21, the brands that were kind of taking over at that time. It was disastrous. Like sales plummeted by 25% his first year. So they canned him, but in 2020, just 10 years later, JCPenney declared for bankruptcy.
Yeah. I mean, a company out of Kemmerer, Wyoming, with Alan DeGeneres as their spokesperson. Right. Hey, what a match. Made in heaven right there. So, yeah, that sounds like a lot of poor decisions, if you ask me.
So they went back to their traditional business model, though, and, the same thing, they kept seeing that slope. So, again, it's trying to find that balance between the two.
We saw that with Kmart and Target. There's two examples. Pretty much at one point it was one or the other, which one was more convenient, closer, because it was pretty much the same. But Target figured out new media, as Bags calls it, because they became very hip relative to the marketing place and the branding effort, where Kmart didn't or wouldn't change enough anyway to compete with Target and some of the other similar in that category.
Yeah. Yep. And I think that's really what it comes down to, is being able to, and then not just appearing, like with Cracker Barrel specifically, I think probably, if they want those younger families, I still think you can play off of, like you mentioned, traditional, maybe family nostalgia,
and make it hip. I mean, there's ways of doing that. I have a friend who's in the advertising agency business. He's on the side that develops the message, and he's in a very competitive category, the auto dealer category. And they have a campaign. I should have downloaded one of their commercials. I'm not sure if it's airing yet, but it's very well done. It's a father and son, and they're all aspects of test driving. And so here it is. They went with the family perspective on buying a new truck, and it's super hip, and the acting is great, and it separates them, in my opinion, from their competition, because it's well done. But it's proof positive that you can take, just the family dynamic and put it into a modern digital. It's online, it's on TV, it's on YouTube, and it'll be it's a series of commercials with this father and son. But it proves that you can take a message, traditional family values is the baseline of this campaign, and make it hip, make it funny, make it interesting. And again, this particular dealership is very successful because of it. They have figured out the digital marketing world and branding, and using that avenue to market themselves.
Yeah, that's definitely the second piece of it is, the telling the story, but then the distribution of where that story goes. You know, if Cracker Barrel maybe changes their, and they are focusing on younger families and everything, but they're running in maybe like just traditional newspaper only, you're still not reaching your target audience, right? And that's where digital comes in, and being able to run, especially video, I think for them would be powerful.
Yeah. What would you recommend that they do? Which categories of digital marketing would you use to enhance their brand or help them, change the image a little bit?
I think anything, I think probably video is really powerful for them as they're trying to reach a new audience. And so I know they probably run television ads. I've seen their television ads in years past. I don't remember, what the focus was, but really shifting that video to maybe more of an online focus where, whether it's people that are streaming on like Netflix and Hulu and places like that, or YouTube. But I think video tells a really powerful story. And I think that's with what they're trying to do and like what their core values are. I think that's an easier story to tell. Video. Also, I think, podcasts, ads on podcasts and everything can also tell the story. So that's probably a lot of what I would do. And then, like I said, just really focusing and telling their story, which is going to be key for them, and trying to bring in that new audience with maybe not taking away the soul of what they currently have.
Well, in fact, you were one of the ones that brought to my attention the effectiveness of video versus stationary pictures and print or headlines, that it gets people's attention. It's just human instinct. If something is moving in front of them, they will pay. That's why I'm bouncing around so much here. It's not that that I'm just kind of weird. It's just no. What I'm talking about is it's natural for you see something moving, your eye is drawn to it, and so it does make it an effective way to use digital marketing.
Yeah, and I think that's nostalgia is really powerful. You talked about that at the beginning, but I think nostalgia alone won't save your business.
No.
I think a great example of that actually is our RV park, right? Where we built it on a drive-in movie theater. That drive-in movie theater hadn't been open for probably 10 years. And we still had locals that were upset. We were tearing down the big movie screen, right?
Yeah.
Most people were really positive about it, but there was a few, as there always is. But, and I understand where they're coming from, right? Blockbuster for me is kind of the same. I've loved going to Blockbuster as a kid.
Yes.
And
it's
going
a
to look
joke
at
now to another generation. They have no idea. It's like using a payphone to make a phone call.
Yeah. So nostalgia alone isn't enough to save your business. You also have to be able to adapt, reach new audiences, and so
you brought up Blockbuster. Thank you, because I have a friend, a best friend, and he's in Denver. And he bought, someplace was having a blowout fire sale on VHS tape players. And so he bought at one time like 10 or 11 of them. They were so dirt cheap. He bought 10 or 11 of them. And so when the transition was happening from VHS to DVD, boy, talk about, it's all ancient history. Everybody, us included, all started bringing all of our movies. We had everything, raising a family on VHS tapes. And so because nobody else had any place to play them anymore, but he does, and he still does. So when one finally wears out, it'll be into the next millennium before he gets through all 10 or 11 VHS recorders. Tony, if you're watching, man, it's a shout out to you, and you're kind of...
They might be coming back VHSs, kind of like records, right? You
right.
never know. So.
I know. That blew my mind when my son said, I'm going to buy a turntable, because I have crates of old albums, and we even had it in his room. He took out all my old albums, took and framed them, or actually my wife framed them for him, so that he has, he's got the Pink Floyd up there and AC/DC and the White Album from the Beatles, et cetera. All these albums that I have, he now has framed, so, and hanging on a wall. So we call it our the rock and roll suite here at the Baggs household. So, but one of the things I wanted to talk about too was some of the other businesses that have made some of the mistakes. We brought up Blockbuster. You mentioned we mentioned Kmart. Who else did we mention? JCPenney, you bet. And then the classic Bud Light episode. And so how about that? We'll do that after this last break here and talk about that a little bit. And then I want to talk to you more specifically. I want you to maybe give some advice. And first of all, why don't we give a little contact information, your website, because I'm sure there's some business owners out there who are going, man, are we on track to go the way of the dodo too, because we're not on board with some of this modern marketing techniques. How would folks get a hold of you and Spot On Solutions?
Yeah. They can go to our website, spotonsolutions.com. And there's a form there that they can fill out. Get Found First is our other marketing agency. Spot On Solutions focuses a lot on like the home service industries, where Get Found First is more all, any company. And so either of those two, we are Google Premier Partner. So have a lot of experience. We work a lot with Google, Meta, and so they can go to the websites, fill out a contact us form, or just call. And that's probably the best way to get a hold of us.
And Get Found First, I worked with Michael, very pleasant man and very knowledgeable about the digital marketing category too. Very much appreciate him and him helping me with some of my other business ventures. And you mentioned it earlier, so stand by and check this out. Here you go. As I've mentioned before, I'm talking about podcast advertising. Here's a live one. As I mentioned many times on my show, I'm busy, during the week too, not just Saturday mornings. I'm selling real estate here. I think you knew that. Here in Wyoming, I'm licensed throughout the state. I work for Bruce Garber and Rosemary Garber, the best team in real estate in Wyoming, my opinion, at Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan. But I'm licensed throughout the state, and I have multiple contacts in other markets. I've helped sell properties in Laramie and Cheyenne, Buffalo. I've got an open house today in Buffalo. As soon as we get done with this show, I'm headed over there to show a house for a couple of hours. 606 Kearney Avenue, if you want to check it out. 5-bedroom, 3-bath, corner lot. Very nice place. If any of these, if anytime you want to talk about real estate, and you want me to find something for you, or you want to put something up on the market, get a hold of me right here at 307-278-9598. 307-278-9598. You can text that number and say, hey, call me. And or I can send you a link to my website where I have all the current listings, at least in this region, are on my website with a link to every MLS, anywhere else in the state where there's available real estate. You'll have access to that. So again, your buddy Baggs does sell real estate, and I also list and I find. So if you're in either one of those categories, and or if you're listening somewhere else in Colorado, Montana, Jackson, and you want to move somewhere and you want an advocate for you, That's me, your buddy Bags, John Baggett. And again, you can reach me at 307-278-9598. Hey, we'll be back after this on Cowboy State Daily Radio at 6:44. Good morning.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
And welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 6:47, Saturday, August 30th. Oh, man, it's Labor Day weekend. You got some fun plans. I do. Don King Days here in the Sheridan, Wyoming area, Bighorn, Wyoming to be exact. We'll be out there Sunday and Monday. Great event. What I love most about it is they've got bucking horses and roping. And there ain't no fence. You're just really close up to all the action. And then they have, of course, pony polo. It's at the Bighorn Equestrian Center, and polo is king out here. You know the Sheridan area, you know that polo is a big deal. And we try to go as often as we can. It's amazing to watch these beautiful horses, these amazing riders, and people from all over the world come to Sheridan, Wyoming for the polo here. All right, back in the Zoom room. I don't know if you heard that PSA. It's like I knew what I was doing. The PSA about vaping, and they were talking to young people about the dangers of vaping. In the Zoom room with me this morning, this is Zach Teichert, and he is the, I keep Client success manager. Yeah, that's great because everybody wants to succeed. And so we are talking, we know, to some business people out there, and we want you to succeed. And we also know that you will probably want to attract a younger audience, a younger demographic to your retail store, your business, whatever it is you do. I'm sure you want to invite them as well. So, Zach, because of your expertise in the digital marketing world, maybe you could give a little advice on how a business owner could reach some of the youngins, the whippersnappers, the younger generation.
Yeah. I think at the very base, having a good website is probably the first, like before we even get into the rest of, digital marketing or placements or things like that, is having a good website. The way I always explain it to clients is a website is your online storefront, right? And so if your website is really outdated, slow, maybe broken pages, whatever it may be, that's the representation that somebody goes, like, when they're looking for you, that's the first thing they see. And so just like you wouldn't keep your storefront, you want to keep your store looking nice. I think website is the base of anything. If you're running digital advertising and your website isn't good, or if you're running any form of advertising, because the first place people go anymore after hearing something is Google, right? And they're going to search for you. And so that base, I think, is number one, is having a good website. From there, obviously there's so many tools out there. As you know, John, we had when we worked together, I think we were up to like 56 different digital products.
Yeah.
That our salespeople could sell. And so it does depend on the kind of business and everything. I think appearing high on Google is always important, whether that's paid search, so you're paying for this top spot,
right,
or whether it's organically, SEO, and where you're appearing high organically.
To explain SEO a little bit to someone, I mean, we've all heard it, search engine optimization. Just narrow that down a little bit for a listener.
Yeah. So SEO is, as I mentioned, it's doing things that make you appear higher on Google and on like Bing, in two different places really. There's like the map pack, like when you search on Google, you'll see the maps that we can help you. There's something to do to appear higher there, and then after you get through the paid ads, also on there. And so it consists of a lot of things. I've always thought of SEO, it's almost like a science. There's things like backlinks. There's things you can do on the back end of your website, making sure that you have good content, keywords that are related, that people are searching on your website, because Google's crawling all of those things. And then things like, from a local SEO standpoint, like making sure that you're appearing on different like maps like Google and Yelp, Apple Maps, and all those different listing sites as well. And so there's a real, like, every site, I think, in every business, every agency kind of approaches SEO a little differently. And then it's changing as well because AI search is kind of coming up, right? When people are on Chat GPT. And so SEO is still there pulling usually a lot of the same stuff. And so that traditional SEO, which sounds weird to say traditional SEO, but traditional SEO is pulling. So, it's really a good base of what you need to be doing is making sure that you're appearing on searches. And then, like I said, there's a lot of places where you can distribute and run ads. And it just kind of depends on what kind of business you are. I think video is, as I mentioned earlier, is always powerful and a good place to be. And so anything you can do video based is always good as well. Social media, we haven't even really talked about, which is crazy.
That was my last category there,
because
I do, what's better? I mean, is it Facebook? Is it Instagram? Is it? I mean, I'm my areas. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, a little bit with X, and then quite a bit with YouTube and LinkedIn. So that's me, and I'm 64 years old, and so I'm kind of busy. Where should you start if you haven't already started messaging using social media?
I think Meta, so Facebook and Instagram, is a good base. Again, it kind of depends. Like if you have like younger generations, right? Maybe TikTok is the place for you to go. Depending on who your audience is, like X can be a really good place. I mean, especially for like content based, like what you're doing, John. I think X, it's a lot of news is on X now. If you're doing like, we work with a lot of companies that do like business to business, so they spend a lot of time on LinkedIn. And so it's really who you're like. I think the number one thing that all businesses should do is identify who their target audience is. Once you know who your target audience is, then you can kind of start funneling down like, where's my priority? Where should I appear first? And go from there. So, but
I think, Facebook is kind of maybe a little old fashioned now because it's been around so long, but isn't it still, as far as volume of users, isn't it still up there significantly?
Yeah. And I mean, especially, if you think about people with disposable income, which typically tend to be a little bit older generations, right? That's still their number one platform. Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram, like really you're advertising on both now.
Right.
So that's why I always say like that's probably for most people like the first place you want to be. But then you can go from there. You can kind of branch out and.
I was late getting on board with YouTube, kind of late to the show. Now, if Deb were here, I'm kind of obsessed with it because when I go on, I could virtually go to any category that I want, or I can get news clips, I can get how-to videos, I can get the goofball dudes falling off the ladders videos. It's such a variety. And I recommend, as I'm advising businesses, that I think that's a growing place to put a message, and probably, as you suggest, do it with a video.
Yeah. So do you know what the number 2 after Google, do you know what the number 2 search engine is in the world?
Is it YouTube?
YouTube. So
wow, did not know that.
And YouTube is
so I'm not that unique, is what you're saying. Me and others have discovered.
Well, I mean, I think you're right though. Like that's where people are going. And the thing that's crazy is Google also owns YouTube, right? So they really have kind of a corner on that market on like search engines and everything. But yeah, before people go to like Bing or Yahoo anymore, they're going to go to YouTube as their second option for search. So it's definitely a good place to be. And if you have capabilities of doing video, yeah, even if you're just doing like a YouTube channel, you don't have to necessarily be advertising, but just putting your content out there, I think is important. I once heard a quote that content is king, right? Like having a lot of good content. Or the quote I heard was, if content is king, then distribution is King Kong.
In the olden days, we called that reach and frequency.
Yep.
In the radio business.
Yep. Same. Yep. So you have to, that content, placing your content in as many places as you can is always good.
Well, I want to go full circle here and finish where we started in Cracker Barrel and some of the decisions they made that may or may not help them now that they've gotten all this publicity. What would you advice you would give to any business owner when it comes to branding? To me, it's like the drive-by billboard. You've only got a few seconds if your billboard's on I-90 and they're going by at 80 miles an hour to get a quick message across. Am I accurate in saying that most businesses, they should have a a brand, a logo that gives a quick message about what they do?
Yeah. First, I probably would recommend not to, if you have like a super iconic logo, like maybe Cracker Barrel did, maybe not just completely flip, do a 180.
Yeah.
Maybe there are some little changes they could have made to that logo to modernize it a little bit, but don't just kill your whole brand because you're trying to reach a new audience. As far as your branding, I do think it is really powerful. That's what we call top of funnel advertising or marketing too, is like you want that name recognition, right? Before people are even looking for you, you want your name. Like if they're searching for something.
Good advice. I got to run, my friend. I got a firefighter coming up next in the next hour here. So thank you very much. One more time. Spot On Solutions, spotonsolution.com. Is that the website?
Yep, and Get Found First.
And Get Found First. You bet. All right. Well, thanks, my friend. We'll talk again soon. It's your buddy Bags. Thanks for listening. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio. We've got another hour of great, interesting talk coming up. Stand by.
It's time to take a look at what's happening. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A proposed wind farm that promises to bring jobs and increased revenue to Laramie County is dividing ranchers and landowners, some of whom worry the initiative could negatively impact their private properties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that in an initiative it calls the Laramie Range Wind Project, Spanish energy giant Repsol intends to build as many as 170 wind turbines on roughly 50,000 acres of private ranch lands and 6,150 acres of state lands.
I spoke to some people on this side of the issue that said there are significant environmental concerns. There's also safety hazards posed by the increased amount of construction traffic that'll come to the area. But on the other side of the issue, there's also some significant pros. One rancher told me that this is a land right issue, that people should be allowed to use their land how they want. And if they want to partner with a development like this, they should be allowed to.
The project plans to begin construction in 2027 and last until November of 2029. A Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper was hurt Tuesday when a semi crashed into a patrol vehicle on I-80 near Rawlins. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the trooper was leaving the scene of a prior crash at mile marker 201 west of Rawlins and attempted to turn into the median from the right shoulder when a westbound semi-trailer struck the left side of the trooper's vehicle.
There was a passenger vehicle that was hit by a semi that was driving erratically on I-80, and while first responders were responding to that, the Wyoming Highway Patrol, at least one trooper was on the scene. When they were leaving the scene, turning out onto the highway again, they got hit by a semi. There's been a lot of discussion about how that was handled, were the emergency lights on, but based on witness testimony from the scene, would that have mattered? Because people weren't exactly slowing down when they saw an active accident scene on the highways.
The trooper was taken to Memorial Hospital of Carbon County in Rawlins with minor injuries and was released later that day. The truck driver was not hurt and was not ticketed. The three contenders for the Wyoming Senate seat vacated this month by Darren Smith are all pro-life, pro-ICE, and pro-restriction of sexual content in children's libraries. A group of Wyoming Republican Party precinct committee members from Laramie and Platte counties on Monday chose Taft Love, Roy Burt, and Jeff Barnes as three nominees to fill Senate District 6. But as similar as their platforms are, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the three differ in how they'd approach those issues.
A lot of them agree on the issues, like they do not want sexually graphic books in children's sections of libraries. They tend to be pro-life. They want to work with ICE. And so it's interesting that even if you have these matching values across the board, if you give a man the power to rewrite state law, he's not going to use it the same way as his fellow candidate.
Smith, a Republican freshman legislator from the Cheyenne area, resigned from that seat August 11th so he could lead the U.S. Attorney's Office for Wyoming as the state's top federal prosecutor. The Laramie and Platte County Commissions are scheduled to choose one of the three nominees for the position on Friday. I'll be back with more news right after this.
find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WEVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WEVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WEVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WEVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, if EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin thinks President Donald Trump should pardon a Cheyenne mechanic in prison for removing federally mandated emissions controls from diesel engines, he's not saying so publicly. Zeldin was at the Wyoming Capitol Thursday to sign a letter of support to give the state control of its coal combustion residuals program. While he was covering that story, Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson asked a question that's been on the mind of many Wyomingites who've been following the story of diesel mechanic Troy Lake.
He said, yes, I'm aware of it. His staff has researched it as far as what his opinion is on whether he should be pardoned or not. If President Trump wants his opinion, he'll give it to him, but he won't do it publicly or in the media.
2/3 of the members of the Wyoming House of Representatives sent a signed letter dated Tuesday to the Trump administration urging a pardon for Lake. In the letter, legislators expressed concern that the prosecution was used as a political statement. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
And welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Saturday morning, my name is John Baggett, and my friends call me Bags. So it's your buddy Bags show from Sheridan, Wyoming, on the eastern slope of the Bighorn Mountain Range. Checking the dawn-day weather forecast for the weekend, a mix of rain, chances for rain, and sunny in other parts of the state today. Highs from near 70 to near 80, and lows from the mid-30s to the mid-50s. Some areas of the state, including Evanston, Big Piney, Jackson, are experiencing what we call patchy smoke areas, which I think are related to one of maybe 3 or 4 different fires. There's 126,000 acres in the Red Canyon fire, and then there's 14,000 acres burning in the Sleeper Ranch fire. 20,000. It's 14,000 that are burning in the Dollar Lake fire here in Wyoming. So there are areas of smoke, and that's relatable because in our Zoom room this morning, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a gentleman I've, as I'm researching to do this show, Nick, become more and more impressed. Nick Dew, Nicholas Dew. Nick is a retired Air Force lieutenant colonel, now an aerial firefighter. And in my research, because I've been referring to you as a slurry bomber, which may or may not be exactly accurate, but I want to welcome you, Nick Dew. Welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio early on a Saturday morning with your buddy Bags.
Thanks, Bags. I appreciate you having me. It's a little bit less early for me out here on the East Coast. I'm just coming up on after 9 o'clock here. Finally able to get back to my North Carolina, Sanford, North Carolina. We're about 15 miles north of the Fort Bragg complex here.
Fort Bragg means I've probably been in your vicinity.
Probably real close, knowing what I know about you and your family. So
you bet. Well, yeah, and talk about an impressive area with all that goes on there at Fort Bragg. I want to get into that a little bit, but first let's talk about you real quick. Your background, your family man.
Yes, absolutely. So before we get started with anything, I just want to preface this with this was my rookie season. I'm still brand new at this aerial firefighting thing. So anything I say is going to be, take it with a grain of salt. I'm not an expert. I'm not an authority on anything aerial firefighting. So, well, now that that's out of the way.
Well,
Yes, I am. I am a family man. My wife Jennifer and I have been married for. We had our 21st wedding anniversary in August while I was gone, and we've got three kids. Got a 20-year-old daughter, and then two sons, 16 and 10 years old. And so it's really good to be able to get back here and spend some time with them.
yeah, you're in the throes of it, buddy. You got a while. Mine are
Yeah.
out, and and they couldn't get further away. One in North Carolina, the other one in Europe. But
Oh gosh.
yeah, so I was right into your military background. So you relatively recently retired from the military. What was your rank as you retired? Remind us.
Yeah, so I was a lieutenant colonel, '05 grade, in the United States Air Force.
Well, I know one thing you've been doing since you retired, and that's growing a beard.
Yes, yes, I have not touched a razor in the year and 3 months at this point. So
I just trimmed, but I make fun because I'm around a lot of military folks these days, more than ever in my life, and of course they're all high and tight, baby, high and tight.
Yep. Yeah, I had 12 years of Catholic school leading into my career in the military. So, the vast majority of my life being told that I could not grow my hair long, couldn't have any facial hair. So, kind of just taking advantage of that. So, and I'm real fortunate to have a wife that entertains it and is patient for that. So, for her, I'm really thankful. Yeah.
Well, you earned it, and I just want to say very clearly, thank you for your service. God bless you, and all of our servicemen and women all around the world that do that and are doing it every single day. So, with that said, tell us a little bit about what motivated you to go into the military. What was the inspiration? Was there somebody or something that you decided to join the Air Force?
So, we don't have a history of career military service in my family. My grandfather on my mom's side, he served in World War II for the enlistment. He was drafted like most people were back then. And then, a couple of my dad was in the Army National Guard for a number of years, like before and right after I was born. And I've got an uncle who served in the Navy, but nobody made a career out of it. So, and there wasn't any aviation in my family either. So I wasn't following in anyone's footsteps. Started flying in college in January of 1999 was my first flight at the suggestion of a family friend. And towards the end, I was a couple of months away from graduating when September 11th happened. And, before that, I had intentions to do what most of my classmates were doing, get through my certified flight instructor rating, instruct at the flight school, and then get a job flying cargo at night, and then work my way up to an airline job, so that I could make money. And that was always the goal for me at the time. And I had even had people ask me before, as soon as I started flying, hey, are you going to join the Air Force? Are you going to join the military? And I had zero interest in doing that, for kind of the same reasons that we talked about earlier. Being told what to do and when to do it was not really something that I was interested in. But September 11th happened during my senior year of college, and I wanted to do something more than donate a pint of blood and $50 to the Red Cross. And so I started talking to recruiters, and about a year later, made my way into officer training school, November of 2002, commissioned in February of 2003. And then at that point started my pipeline, if you will, going through all my duty stations. Montgomery, Alabama was officer training school, and then to Vance Air Force Base in Enid, Oklahoma for the first half of undergraduate pilot training. The second half of undergraduate pilot training was done with the United States Navy in Corpus Christi, Texas. I flew the C-12, which is the same thing as a Beech King Air 200 for the tactical airlift track. And so from there, went to Little Rock, Arkansas for C-130 initial training, and then to Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico, for the first of many assignments in Air Force Special Operations Command, AFSOC, as we call it. So I trained on the MC-130P Combat Shadow, which was a helicopter air refueling
Right. I thought that was a
aircraft.
helicopter. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So we refueled helicopters. We did that at night on night vision goggles, low level, so within 500 feet of the ground, in formation, so we could be, within 500 feet of another C-130 that was also refueling another helicopter. It was a lot to keep track of, a very steep learning curve, but stick and rudder flying was really great there. We never did any air refueling on autopilot, so it was all making sure that we were on track, on altitude, on airspeed. Airspeed was a big part of it, because as fast as the helicopter could fly was as slow as a C-130 could fly.
You bet.
And the slower you fly, the longer it takes for your control inputs to have effect. So I think that's one of the things that really got me into stick and rudder flying, making the airplane do what you want in the envelope that's actually closest to when a small mistake could mean big consequences.
Well, you mentioned earlier you're relatively new to the firefighting aspect of piloting, but you're probably the right person to talk to, because you're not too far removed from the transition from going from the military into firefighting. But before we get into that, now, did you mention at one point, we spoke earlier in the week, that at one point in time, did you fly out of Pope Air Force Base adjacent to Fort Bragg?
Yeah, sure did. The last 13 years of my career were actually spent in the Bragg Pope area.
Now, to explain what that is, there's if not the largest, one of the largest military bases in the world, Fort Bragg. Right next to it, or adjacent to it, is Pope Airfield. Is that the accurate way? Pope Airfield, which is a U.S. Air Force run facility, but they run in conjunction with the Army and Fort Bragg. Unique situation there.
It is. So it actually is now known as Pope Army Airfield. So it was back in, I want to say it was around 2011. So the base realignment and closure committee is known as the BRAC. And so every year the BRAC gets together and they determine which airfields, at least on the airfields, Air Force side of the house, should be closed and or realigned with a different service. So it used to be Pope Air Force Base until 2011 when it got realigned. So it is now an Army facility. There are a certain number of Air Force units that do operate out of there still, but it's mostly National Guard units and Army units that operate out of Pope.
So you piloted? Did you pilot any aircraft where soldiers jumped out? Were you part of that?
Yeah. So airdrop, personnel airdrop, whether it's high altitude, low opening, known as Halo, or static line. We really didn't do much static line. It was mostly Halo jumps. But yeah, we would do currency drops.
Halo stands for?
Halo's high altitude, low opening. So we'd climb up above 14,000 feet or so, let them drop, and
free
then
fall.
Free fall until usually their min altitude to open was around between 3,000 and 4,000 feet above ground level. So that's about right. Hey ho is a different tactic, high altitude, high opening, where they jump out and then open within 1,000 feet of jumping out, and then the higher you are, the farther you can glide. So that they would do some of those as well.
So did you become at least friendly with some of these? Because again, I know a paratrooper, jump master, airborne commander. Did you associate with them, or was it you just showed up with the aircraft and they piled in and then they jumped out?
So there's a jump master briefing that would be held before every airdrop mission. And so we would shut the airplane down. One or both of the pilots would go and meet with the jump master and our load master as well, because we had a load master on the airplane frequently if it was a large enough aircraft. And so we would all sit together and we would say, okay, this is our drop zone. These are the coordinates. Everybody's on the same page with that. This is where our release point is. Make sure that that's within the safety circle for where they're looking at, and just make sure that we're all on the same page. So, here, I'm sorry. Let me counsel my dog here real quick.
That's okay. Listen, my dog's sitting right here next to me, so he might chime in as well. Come here, Waylon. Come here. Come say hi to Nick. Up here.
Come here, Lucy.
He's right here. He usually hops up on my lap, but yeah.
There's Lucy.
Very friendly.
Hey, Lucy.
Hi, Lucy.
And then there's Ziggy down there.
Here, got two of them?
Yeah, we got two of them. Lucy, not to derail our conversation. Oh man, my wife would love that dog. Yeah. Ooh wee.
It's a 100-pound lab. So
wow, yeah. Lucy's a 50-pound Newfie Doodle, so half Newfoundland, half Standard Poodle. And I actually just met her when I got home 2 days ago. So she was adopted about 2 weeks after I left on the trip, and so she was able to bond with everyone in the house. And first 12 hours or so was a lot of her growling, a lot of her barking, a lot of her staying at arm's length. But yesterday I was able to spend the day with her since my wife Jen went to work, and so we were able to kind of become friendly. So that was a huge weight off of everybody's shoulder that we're getting along.
Wonderful. Well, Cowboy State Daily Radio, at least the Saturday edition, is very, very pet friendly.
Excellent. That's great.
Because I got to get up, early to get the show ready, and it's a little bit lonely and dark. So Waylon keeps me company. And occasionally when I need to, I talk to him when I'm by myself and I've got a topic that at least he looks at me like he's interested in. But that's he's the show mascot for sure. It's 7:20 and we have a break coming up. But I want to kind of make this transition. The reason you're just home a few days is because you're out flying and fighting fires, and I want to get into that and how that transition happened, because not everybody that retires from the military gets out there and does what you do. That's some pretty impressive stuff. I've been watching videos. I've seen it live here with the elk fire last year. With watching, I don't know if you were involved in that one, but the plane you fly primarily was one of the ones that we saw quite often. And of course, we had the jet, the big, and one other in between. I'm gonna have to ask you what that might have been. And of course, the helicopters. At one time, we had 9 aircraft up in the air or working here at the elk fire in the Bighorn Mountains near Sheridan, Wyoming. But it's 7:21. My guest is Nick Dew, retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, now an aerial firefighter, slurry bomber pilot. Amazing. So we'll talk more about that. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. My name's John Baggett. They call me Bag, so you're welcome to do that as well. We'll be back after this on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Canada, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, there's like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Saturday, August 30th. Happy Labor Day weekend to you. I hope it's wonderful, good time, family time, and you have something fun and exciting planned. And we do. We've got Don King Days here in the Sheridan, Bighorn, Wyoming area. We'll be doing that tomorrow and Monday out at the Bighorn Equestrian Center. Here in the Sheridan area, we are currently in the Zoom room. Help me welcome back, please. It's Nick Drew. Nick Drew is a retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel turned firefighter, aerial firefighter, or slurry bomber, as we kind of hear probably the not so well educated realm of firefighting. That I see somebody dumping water or slurry, and I describe them the same. But my friend Nick is relatively new. First, let me ask you. As I was doing my research, I saw a level 1, I think SEAT pilot is how you were described. What is that? Level 1 SEAT. It says seat. But what is that?
So I'll correct you there. So there is a level 1 and a level 2 for seat pilot. So seat stands for single engine air tanker.
Got it.
So that pretty much describes the air tractor 802 AT 802 that I fly, or there's a single engine scooper as well, which is the same platform, but it has floats on it, kind of like Dusty Crofthopper in Planes Fire and Rescue,
right?
That type of a thing.
Yeah.
So the variant that I fly is on wheels. I'm actually a level 2 seat pilot.
Sorry about that. Yeah. I saw the difference. It's just related to experience, correct?
It's related to experience. So you've got to have 25 drops that have been evaluated by aerial supervision. And you've got to have a 1 year as a level 2 before you can upgrade to a level 1. And basically what that means is every time I go into the fire traffic area, the FTA, which is a 5-mile radius around a fire, then I have to announce that I am a level 2, unless there is aerial supervision in the form of, an air attack or an air tactical group supervisor or lead plane, or a level 1 seat pilot instructor. I can only be in the FTA with one other fixed wing aircraft. I'm not supposed to be in there with another with any helicopters, and only one other fixed wing airplane. So it's a safety measure to make sure that that the complexity isn't too much for us to handle. The my experience with working in high traffic areas and coordinating multiple aircraft and all of that stuff in the military has helped me a lot with situational awareness and timing and geometry and all of that stuff. But it's for the best that if aerial supervision isn't there, then we're only in with one other aircraft.
Now the AT-802, for those who are streaming us, they can see some of the images that I'm putting up on here. One of them somewhat looks like a P-51 Mustang. Is that the one that you're flying?
So the one I'm flying, if
in
they're
these images, yeah,
the photos that I sent to you, the red and white aircraft. So it's similar in so much as it is a single engine, low wing aircraft with kind of almost a bubble canopy on it. Not nearly as fast or as nimble, but the same basic design principles. Yeah.
Got it. So the folks that are streaming can see it. And for those of you that are just listening, you can certainly go and go to our website, cowboystatedaily.com. It is all of it, and all our shows are archived there. So if you hear me referencing something, a photo that you can't see, I'm sorry about that. Remember, I'm an old radio dinosaur, Nick. I'm 43 years in radio, and now we're streaming and broadcasting at the same time. So I've got to share with the audience. Some are seeing us and listening. That's why I always warn jokingly my guests to wear pants, because some of folks can see us. Okay, so all right, man, I got off on a little tangent here. It's 7:30 in the morning. We've got a firefighter, a pilot, aerial firefighter, and I just trying to imagine where, how, when you come out of the military. Was there something in between professionally before you ended up working? And what is the name of the organization that you're working for? I have it written down here somewhere.
Yeah, so my LLC that I own and operate is called North Departure Aviation LLC, and I contract for a company called Aerotech. They're based out of Clovis, New Mexico, and so my work is done on a 1099 contract basis.
Understood. And so you get information that somebody, there's a fire, and they're looking for firefighters both on the ground and aerial, obviously. So when did that happen? When you got out of the military, and was it immediate? Was it something, in fact, were you looking at it before you left the Air Force, potentially doing this for a living?
So I had considered doing it for a number of years and had tried to line up the training required to do that. So without getting into the nuts and bolts, there's a lot of requirements to enter the seat world. And, the easiest way in, quote unquote, is through aerial application or crop testing. If you have 100 hours of Part 137 application time, it makes it a lot easier to enter. The other traditional way, as of recent years, has been close air support operations. So dropping ordnance below 500 feet, think A-10, think F-16 bombing runs. I don't have that experience either. So just this past year, they introduced something called AMOC, which is alternate means of compliance, which is a 50-hour syllabus that specifies a certain number of drops in mountainous terrain behind a lead plane as a flight, a bunch of other criteria. And so this was the first year that was offered. And the gentleman who owns the company that I flew for this year, I was able to fly an aircraft for him up in Alaska for, a couple of years ago. And he liked how I took care of his aircraft, let's just put it that way. And so said, hey, if you're interested, then we'll get you trained up and I'll put you in a seat. And so that's how I got in. So there was a good amount of time between when I retired and this season that I honestly, I spent some of the time training, some of the time ferrying aircraft, but most of the time was spent with family. And as you can imagine, 22 years in the military, going on trips, going on deployments, leaving the family at home. It was a long time coming, and it was really, really great to be able to spend that time with family.
Well, one of these days, Dick, I'm going to do a whole entire show without. Maybe I should mention I do regularly check-ins with the military, various services. And but one of the shows that I want to do is one where it's just spouses and significant others, and get that perspective, because we kind of know from the parent perspective what's that like. I did not serve, and we do have a few others in our family that have served or are serving right now. But one of the themes that's consistent is the stress that it can put on a relationship, a marriage, a family. And you had already mentioned earlier in the show about how many different places Uncle Sam sent you. So
yeah, well, I'll take this opportunity right now to I guess issue a thank you for thinking about that, and maybe a bit of a warning, because that's going to be a very it will be an emotional event, and I will take this opportunity now to tell your listeners and everyone else. I'm going to try and maintain my composure here, but this job it's the military and aerial firefighting. It's not all sexy excitement. And for anybody who follows, myself and other aerial firefighters on social media, it looks exciting, it looks sexy, it looks glamorous, but there is another side to that coin of the spouses and the kids doing everything on their own. And for me, this season, I learned a valuable lesson about setting limitations on the amount of time that I can be gone, because the contract that I was sent out on was for 90 days, but the caveat was that it was extendable indefinitely. And that for my family in particular is a big no-go, because, dad might be home on September 1st, or he might be home on September 15th or October 15th, or who knows when. And that for my family doesn't work. And what's not shown in the media is all of the late nights, all the early mornings, all of the running kids to events, and trying to make sure that everyone's is enriched and cared for emotionally, and the dogs are fed, and the laundry is done, and our washing machine went out, and we had to have our air conditioner replaced. It was a really, really hard season for us. All that being said, thank you for thinking about that. Not just on the military side, but like I would love to have my wife participate in this to give you a perspective on the military and the aerial firefighting side.
I don't know who this young stallion is in the photo that you sent me, but I assume that's somebody that belongs to you. I can say
No,
that.
actually, I think that's Braden. If I remember right, the young blonde-haired lad with the green shirt.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's Braden. He was a local kid from Warland. My family wasn't able to come visit me, but that was Braden. We had a slight break where we had to shut the engine down, and so his mom brought him out, and I was able to coax him up on the airplane. He was real shy at the beginning, but yeah, he loves aviation, and I appreciate you showing that picture, because that's one of the big reasons why I do what I do, not just aerial firefighting, but sharing my love of aviation with kids of all ages. Really, there's plenty of the wildland firefighters who made their way into the base and gave them tours along the season as well. So that's the big drive behind my social media stuff anyway, is just sharing all that.
You bet. All right, we're going to do a little switcheroo here topic-wise. First of all, yes, with the parents, siblings, family of servicemen and women, we can certainly relate. And big shout out to your wife and all of those out there who support our servicemen and women. I had another retired lieutenant colonel come on, and he talked about some of the counseling and and so forth that this was Army that they offered and that was necessary to keep us, servicemen and women and their families, ready for active duty. So yeah, I hear you, and God bless all of those out there. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about too now is you've transitioned. You are an aerial firefighter, and first of all, I know that you work in conjunction and as a teammate of a lot of other people. So where would that chain of command, so to speak, get to you before you pull a lever, push a button that lets that water or that slurry out the bottom of your AT-802?
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and re-emphasize my caveat that this is my first season. I haven't gone through a lot of training as far as the mechanisms go, but this is the best of my understanding here is the first thing that happens is someone, whether it's just a normal civilian or a property owner, calls in a smoke report. So they'll call local law enforcement or the fire department, and then that the coordinates for that approximate coordinates will be called into the dispatch area. So for us, it would have been the Cody dispatch area when we were based out of Worland, and then Casper dispatch when we crossed the Bighorns and we're based out of Gillette for the last few weeks of the season. So they will determine then if it is a large enough fire for to require aerial support. The local fire department, wildland firefighters, or just the county fire will go and they'll assess, hey, yes or no to whether they request aerial support. And so once the yes is articulated, then the base manager will get a phone call from dispatch saying, hey, we're requesting 2 seats on these coordinates. They'll put together what's called a knee board. A knee board is basically a piece of paper. Here I've got one right here. I won't hold it up too close, but so it's got the name of the fire, what's the date, time it was reported, a general description, coordinates, a bunch of frequencies here. So that's what we will get, and then we'll put on our flying outfit, our leather boots and Nomex flight suit and leather gloves, and then we will put the coordinates in. We'll fill up our hopper with retardant or water, depending on what we have available, and then we'll go out and we'll support.
So the chain of command, once you get out on the scene, you're at the local regional airport, and who do you report to? Who's in charge of the scene and is giving you orders? I'm saying that orders, not quite sure if that's how it's done in firefighting, but as a military person, you understand what I'm trying to get to. Who are you hearing from, and how are you coordinating with those people on the ground as you're going to be dropping retardant from the air?
Okay, so for the first 3/4 of the season, we were based out of Worland seat base, out of Worland, Wyoming, pretty much the central part, almost right in the middle, a little north of central. But every day we would report there around 8:30. We'd pre-flight our airplane so that the airplane was ready to go by 9. We'd have a briefing at 9:30, and then after that briefing's done, then we're ready to launch. The call would come in. The base manager there at Worland was a very, very fine woman that I respect, named Daleen Anderson. So she ran the base, and so the call would come into her. She would print that out. Either her or her seasonal, Sadie O'Neill, would print those out and hand them off to us.
Quick question, Nick,
yeah.
sorry to interrupt, but which fire was that? Do you remember the name of the fire, how it's being reported as?
Okay. So I ended up flying on 25 different fires over the season. So the first one that I was dispatched to was the Taylor Draw fire that was down southeast of Casper. But yeah, each one comes either with an IA, an incident number, or a name, depending on how far along it goes.
I was going to mention we have 3 fires more probably, but the ones that are getting some attention in the news, Red Canyon Fire here in the central part of the state, that's 126,000 acres. I did not get an update on where they're at as far as control. 20,000 acres burning on the Sleeper Ranch fire, and then in Sublette County, there's the Dollar Lake fire, and that's at 14,000 acres burning. That's currently here in Wyoming. I know there's some smaller ones as well. Last year it was here, in Sheridan with the Elk Fire, burned just under 100,000 acres. And with that fire, I became somewhat of a, how do I put it? Just fascinated by what it is you do. So we would go up, there's a road that goes out of Sheridan, the back way into Dayton, which was under significant threat. And we stayed far away from any place that would get in the way of the authorities and firefighters, for sure. But we set up on a hill, and we got to watch all levels: the small helicopter, the Chinook, the small aircraft, smaller that you described that you're flying, and then up to a middle size, all the way up to a jet. And I don't know what that kind of plane would be. It's jet propelled and it's large. What is that? What kind of?
So there's different, a bunch of different types of jets. So what you're describing now are LATs, which are large air tankers, or VLATs, which are very large air tankers. And so the medium-sized one you're thinking of is probably an RJ, a regional jet that they have modified especially to drop retardant. And then an L-1011 is a longer jet, carries more retardant. They also have C-130s that are outfitted for those. Colson is a civilian company that's got a traditional gate, if you will, trapdoor that opens from the bottom of the aircraft. And then the military, the Wyoming Air National Guard flies what's called MAFs, which is a modular aerial firefighting system. So it's got a tank that's pressurized with air, and it wheels into the cargo compartment, and so they open up the ramp and door, and it shoots out the back. So there's a variety of different aircraft. 10 tanker is a DC-10. That's the largest air tanker there is right now. That's a VLAT, and so that one may have been out there as well.
So I want to hear what it's like to fly into a canyon and do what you do, just based on what I saw here. But I want to do that right after this last break here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with Nick Dew. He is an aerial firefighter, a pilot who is dropping water slurry on fires, and just got home from a long deployment, I guess we'd call it, here in the western part of the world. So we'll be back. Stay tuned. It's 7:46. You're with your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags at 7:49, and get back to the Zoom room with our guest, retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel and aerial firefighter Nick Dew. Nick, when we went to break, got a little bit of a. That's my headphones. It's cutting in and out. We're still on the air. But anyway, a couple of fires burning here. I mentioned that they got patchy smoke in Evanston and Big Piney and Jackson. And so your job, we talked about it earlier, not only is it the distance from your family, but it's got to be dangerous flying that close in support. And you have to be also, I'm assuming, again, correct me when I'm wrong, you have to be somewhat of a fire expert. In other words, understanding how fires work and how they move and so forth in order to, first of all, lend some assistance to whoever's on the ground. And then again, being up in the air in that smoke, in those flames, there's a lot of coordination is going on, and I assume.
So I will correct you there. The real experts in the fire world are the guys who are on the ground, the wildland firefighters, and they are the ones who we are supporting. We're not the top of the food chain here. The wildland firefighters, they're the ones that are getting the work done. They're the ones that are reporting their priorities, the structures or the fuels that they want to protect. They're the ones who make the call on where does the retardant go. We're just the ones that figure out, hey, do we want to drop downhill or do we want to drop uphill? We always want to drop downhill. Obviously, it's easier for gravity to help work with us than against us. And in the rare event that's only happened to me once this season that I had to go around, and you have a full tank of retardant, you don't want to be climbing uphill for that. That's like many people have died in the line of duty with a load that fails to exit, or they're not able to drop their load because there's someone on the line. And then trying to go around extra heavy, that's typically really hot. The performance is not going to be as great. So dropping downhill is always best. But as far as us knowing, how fire operates and being an expert on that, really, one of the biggest things that's important to know is that it's easier for fire to run uphill than downhill. And I think that's one of the big things that made the elk fire run so much, is it kind of started down towards the bottom of the western slope in the bighorns, and then it took off uphill. And so that's what you'll typically see with those. And so trying to put the retardant at the head of the fire to slow it down is something that's important for us to do. But once a fire gets big enough, it chews through retardant pretty easily. So
sure. And then I don't know how I would ask you to describe any of the harrowing experiences that you've probably had. You mentioned going uphill. I in my mind's eye, I see a plane going, or a helicopter going into a canyon, an area, and then having to elevate and come out of it and have room to do that. How close, in some cases, have you been to the treetops and or the canyon walls?
So the lowest we're allowed to drop is 60 feet above the ground or the highest obstacle. So sometimes, the way that the winds are blowing versus where the priority is, you'll have smoke that you'll have to fly through. Typically, we try not to do that if at all possible, but it happens sometimes. And when you're flying through smoke can hide things like snags, which are dead trees, and so those can be hard to see. So from time to time, you get pretty close to things like that. 60 feet's not a lot of margin for error at all. And we're not going to fly down into a canyon. A helicopter might do that just because they can kind of hover to a certain extent and then carry themselves out. But unless we have a clear exit that we could execute with a full load, we're not going to take the drop. We'll go from a different direction, or we'll, if there's a helicopter on scene, we'll probably request that they take that kind of a drop.
What are the
But yeah, being close to the trees, being close to terrain, we'll routinely fly next to terrain pretty darn close. And so again, that's where aerial application and crop dusting experience comes in handy. My low level experience in the Air Force, my free drop experience, dropping unguided bundles between 50 and 200 feet above a drop zone, that comes in real handy, like with that too.
Got to have a lot of confidence in your machine, in your plane, and then therefore the mechanics, the people that work on it too. There's got to be a camaraderie there, a relationship to give you that level of confidence to do what you do.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. The team that maintains the aircraft they are top notch. Not all of our bases have a mechanic on site, but being at a municipal airport, there are just the local resident A&P mechanics is what you call them, airframe and power plant.
Mm-hmm.
They're there to support us until a mechanic from the company would be able to come down. But I was fortunate not to have any serious issues with my aircraft during the contract. So another testament to the team.
Nick, we only have a few minutes left, but one of the things I wanted to get to before we lose you here is it's cool to watch them pick up the water. It's one of the coolest things you'll see is a plane coming in onto Lake DeSmet, or probably Tongue River Reservoir, or some of the bodies of water around here. I know some of the helicopters will pick up, even just ponds off of some ranches, but how do you get filled up in your AT-802 aircraft?
So in my aircraft, we've got, a tail wheel landing gear configuration. So we don't have floats on ours. So we're not able to scoop from a reservoir. Right. So we take on retardant at the base. I think one of those photos may have a picture of a loader there, but we've got two reloading ports on the bottom side of the aircraft. You hook a hose up to that. The mix master mixes the proper ratio of liquid concentrate retardant with water to achieve a certain refractivity. Basically is just a concentration level. So that pumps into our tank. And then once we have determined that we have as much retardant as we can carry based on our weight and balance and our performance for the day, then we're able to, tell them to, stop the pump, and then we're ready to go after that.
Is it at a significant amount of, obviously, weight? I mean, does it take away, I should ask, some of the maneuverability of the plane?
Absolutely, it does. The heavier the aircraft is, the less maneuverable it is, the more runway it takes to take off. So if we're empty and all we have is fuel on board, our aircraft can lift off the ground in about 1,000 feet or so. When we have a full tank of retardant, our empty weight is around 7,500 pounds. When we're full of retardant, we can be up to 16,000. So that's basically carrying an extra aircraft on top of what we weigh. So it'll take, on a hot day, routinely 4,000 to 5,000 feet, four to five times as much runway to take off. And then, that translates to a higher stall speed because of our weight and less maneuverability based on our weight. It's when we're operating heavy, it's definitely more challenging.
So are you going to be heading back to Wyoming anytime soon? Do you have some significant time off?
Yeah, so this is the end of the season for me at this point. There's always a chance that I could get a call when needed to ask me to come back out. But another one of the things that we learned this season is that we need to have at least 2 weeks to be able to close the loop on everything that's going on in our family. And in the event that I do accept another mission, then it wouldn't be any longer than 2 weeks at a time. But to answer your question, I'm not scheduled to go out anytime soon.
Well, it's going to start to cool off there in North Carolina. I know that because I talk to my son at least once a week. Earlier, I could hear crickets and bugs that I recognize from behind you. You're out on a porch, it looks like to me.
Yeah, it's my backyard. Yeah,
you bet. Looks very comfortable. Well, hey, listen. First of all, and last of all, thank you again for your service to our country. How many years did you say you served in the Air Force? 20?
Yes, just shy of 22 years. I was about a month shy of 22.
Amazing. And how long now have you been fighting fires as an aerial firefighter?
This was my first season. So my first actual drop on a fire was June 28th, I believe, after almost a month of being in Worland. So,
do you remember which fire that was?
Yeah, that was the Taylor Draw fire down southeast of Casper. Yep. Yeah, I think that one of the photo pairs that I sent you was, a photo of the ground of a couple of guys with their fire tools, and then right after that was a picture of a yellow fire truck. So that was taken on the first job I ever had.
Hey, thanks for joining us today. I really appreciate it. It's the top of the hour. We made it. I know it went by quickly, but we sure learned a lot, and we definitely appreciate you joining us here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A proposed wind farm. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A proposed wind farm that promises to bring jobs and increased revenue to Laramie County is dividing ranchers and landowners, some of whom worry the initiative could negatively impact their private properties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that in an initiative it calls the Laramie Range Wind Project, Spanish energy giant Repsol intends to build as many as 170 wind turbines on roughly 50,000 acres of private ranch lands and 6,150 acres of state lands.
I spoke to some people on this side of the issue that said there are significant environmental concerns. There's also safety hazards posed by the increased amount of construction traffic that'll come to the area. But on the other side of the issue, there's also some significant pros. One rancher told me that this is a land right issue, that people should be allowed to use their land how they want. And if they want to partner with a development like this, they should be allowed to.
The project plans to begin construction in 2027 and last until November of 2029. A Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper was hurt Tuesday when a semi crashed into a patrol vehicle on I-80 near Rawlins. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the trooper was leaving the scene of a prior crash at mile marker 201 west of Rawlins and attempted to turn into the median from the right shoulder when a westbound semi-trailer struck the left side of the trooper's vehicle.
There was a passenger vehicle that was hit by a semi that was driving erratically on I-80, and while first responders were responding to that, the Wyoming Highway Patrol, at least one trooper was on the scene. When they were leaving the scene, turning out onto the highway again, they got hit by a semi. There's been a lot of discussion about how that was handled, were the emergency lights on, but based on witness testimony from the scene, would that have mattered? Because people weren't exactly slowing down when they saw an active accident scene on the highways.
The trooper was taken to Memorial Hospital of Carbon County in Rawlins with minor injuries and was released later that day. The truck driver was not hurt and was not ticketed. The three contenders for the Wyoming Senate seat vacated this month by Darren Smith are all pro-life, pro-ICE, and pro-restriction of sexual content in children's libraries. A group of Wyoming Republican Party precinct committee members from Laramie and Platte counties on Monday chose Taft Love, Roy Burt, and Jeff Barnes as 3 nominees to fill Senate District 6. But as similar as their platforms are, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the 3 differ in how they'd approach those issues.
A lot of them agree on the issues, like they do not want sexually graphic books in children's sections of libraries. They tend to be pro-life. They want to work with ICE. And so it's interesting that even if you have these matching values across the board, if you give a man the power to rewrite state law, he's not going to use it the same way as his fellow candidate.
Smith, a Republican freshman legislator from the Cheyenne area, resigned from that seat August 11th so he could lead the U.S. Attorney's Office for Wyoming as the state's top federal prosecutor. The Laramie and Platte County Commissions are scheduled to choose one of the 3 nominees for the position on Friday. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, if EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin thinks President Donald Trump should pardon a Cheyenne mechanic in prison for removing federally mandated emissions controls from diesel engines, he's not saying so publicly. Zeldin was at the Wyoming Capitol Thursday to sign a letter of support to give the state control of its coal combustion residuals program. While he was covering that story, Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson asked a question that's been on the mind of many Wyomingites who've been following the story of diesel mechanic Troy Lake.
He said, yes, I'm aware of it. His staff has researched it. As far as what his opinion is on whether he should be pardoned or not, if President Trump wants his opinion, he'll give it to him, but he won't do it publicly or in the media.
2/3 of the members of the Wyoming House of Representatives sent a signed letter dated Tuesday to the Trump administration urging a pardon for Lake. In the letter, legislators expressed concern that the prosecution was used as a political statement. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Saturday, August 30th. Happy Labor Day weekend, everybody. Real quick look at the forecast for the state of Wyoming. A mix of rain and some sun. That's today. And chance again tomorrow for a little bit of rain in some places. Casper, rainfall possibly here after 11 o'clock. There's patchy smoke in the Evanston area, Big Piney. Jackson, that's from one of multiple fires that are burning in the state. The Red Canyon fire, the biggest at 126,000 acres. Right now it's 54 degrees in Sheridan, Wyoming, where I'm at, your buddy Bags, in the Bags studio. Thanks for tuning in. Heading into the Zoom room here, I feel very lucky to have such a great guest for this next hour, and timing-wise, I think it's pretty good. Angie Bruce, welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
Good morning, Bags. It's great to be here. And yes, this is the time of year most folks wait all year for. So we are just inching into hunting season. So definitely an exciting time.
Well, my buddy Jake Nichols, our weekday morning show host, told me to give you a shout out and tell you he says hi and congratulations from a bunch of us on your appointment to the director's chair at the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. It's pretty awesome. You now, from what I understand, I found out later, I thought maybe he retired, Brian Nesvik, but didn't he get punched upstairs or something?
Exactly. I think he did have a thought of retirement, or at least a few days of retirement. But yes, he just started last week as the director of the Fish and Wildlife Service. And so we are thrilled. Exciting time for us. Have lots of things on our agenda and our checklist to get done during this incredible time with his leadership. So got to work under him for the last 5 years as deputy director, and just pleased that I will continue to get to work with him.
Well, again, congratulations to moving into that position. Very important position out here, especially in the Rocky Mountain West. As much passion as there is for hunting and fishing and everything outdoors. But so before I get too far down the road, tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from? Family? What's up with Angie?
Yeah, thanks, Bags. Yeah, I'm an Iowan, so not a native of Wyoming, but I came here over 8 years ago because I just fell in love with Wyoming over the last 20 years.
It's crazy.
Yeah, grew up in a farm in Iowa, spent my career as a biologist in the field before going to the state office in Iowa, before just finally jumping. And after visiting Wyoming and spending so much time here, I thought, why wait? Why wait till I retire to come to this great state? And I think I can sum it up best, Bags, by when I told my fellow coworkers, my wildlife biologist friends, that I was coming out to Wyoming, their reaction was, "Oh, good for you." Not one of them asked why. Oh. And I think that speaks to the incredible wildlife resource we have in this state. And it's truly a wildlife biologist's dream to work here. Well, so definitely a pleasure.
Can relate. When I was 9 years old, my grandfather, who had hunted in Wyoming, took me and my brother, my dad. We drove from Chicago, Illinois to Arvada, Claremont area, Arvada, Colorado, Michelina Ranch. Sheep ranch, and my father, I remember him standing there. We were at the time living in Miami, Florida. We moved here when I was 15, but from the time when I was 9, and my father stood on a mountaintop with the rancher who owned that property. My dad said, "How much land do you own?" And he just went almost like a Native American, went, "As far as you can see." And all the time after that, my dad kept saying, "We're going to move to Wyoming. I want to move to Wyoming." We're like, "Yeah, Dad, take it easy. I'm headed to South Beach to, go hang out in the ocean." And then one day he and I were driving in his Gran Torino from Miami, Florida to Wheatland, Wyoming. And it wasn't long after that like you, I fell in love with the Western and cowboy lifestyle. They put me to work immediately. The summer we got here, thanks to Steve Budd, if he's listening, put me in a bunkhouse as a hand at the Medicine Bow Ranch Company near Medicine Bow, Wyoming. And it just started from there. And pretty soon that was it. I was going nowhere. And of course, I was in Colorado for a long time, but with family and friends up here, we spent a lot of time in Wyoming. Moved back permanently with my beautiful wife in October, November of 2019. So yeah, I get it. I'm with you. Yep. I understand, and certainly glad that you did. What sort of education? Where did you go to school? You had you said biology degree, right?
Yeah, so small college in Iowa on the Mississippi River. Got a lot of field experience at the University of Dubuque with a wildlife ecology degree, and then spent some time at Drake University working on public administration, kind of that administrative arm of it, before advancing my career in Iowa and then jumping ship here to Wyoming.
How rare is it that somebody biology and then administration management, kind of works for you now, huh?
It definitely does. As we hire a lot of biologists and then we promote them, but we don't teach them that other policy administrative piece. We just expect them to learn it. So it's kind of the trend in state government, but I am fortunate to have some of that education.
Well, in the position you're in now, too, here comes the public speaking aspect to it. Has that been kind of an adjustment, or are you comfortable with that anyway?
I'm not gonna lie. Not that I don't still get nervous, Bags, time and time again. So it does kind of test my nerves. But one of the first jobs I had out of college was a naturalist, an environmental educator, and I got to speak to groups every day, all day long. Sometimes they were in preschool, and sometimes they were in college, and sometimes they were a general public. But it taught me to really understand my audience and think about what messages I want to teach them and how to get that across in the best way that they can understand it. So again, you think back through your career and you think about those positions that really taught you a lot, and that was one.
Well, I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but being the first female director of the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, first of all, I should say two of the best bosses I ever had. I hope they're listening. Rosemary Bennett, Jessica Farias. If you guys are listening, we're female, and so that it is so. You've had to absorb that reality with maybe some folks who just weren't used to a woman in that position. Has there been a little bit of an adjustment for you?
Well, I would say not for me, because I've been a lot of firsts throughout my career. It is a male-dominated industry, as you know. So, I was the first female supervisor in Iowa. So a lot of firsts for me. I don't really think about it much. Other people remind me of it more than I think about it, because I've always worked with outstanding people. It hasn't been an issue. I'd like to say, though, there's about 14 of us across the nation. So not 50-50 yet, but we're getting there. And I have lots of colleagues that I can rely on and chat with about their experiences, which has helped as well.
You mentioned some other previous roles, positions you've had with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department before moving into the directorship. What were those?
So when I first came here, I was the Habitat Protection Supervisor. So really working with entities outside the agency to develop, to help developers develop projects in Wyoming in a sustainable way. So the oil and gas industry, mining industry, solar and wind, but really got exposed to working with developers on our landscape. How can we do this? It didn't take me long to figure out that we can put projects on the landscape and we can have wildlife too, if we do it in the right way. So that was a really valuable experience. Sure. And then under Director Nesvik, I was his deputy director for 5 years before taking the director position.
I read you were quoted somewhere, and I wrote it down here because it really, I liked it, and I wanted to ask you about it. It's the statement was, "We manage wildlife for the people, and Wyoming's wildlife is the property of the people. It's the people who give wildlife value." So I could see that, and I get it. And part of me, that idea that this land is our land, and so maybe you could expound on that philosophy of yours.
Definitely. So the wildlife of Wyoming are owned by the citizens. And sometimes we might forget that. Like, we think we should just do the best for wildlife independently about what people want. But that's not our mission. It's to conserve wildlife and serve people. And we do that in balance with people. We often talk about using the best science to manage the species. We absolutely should. But there's the biological science, and then there's the social science. What do people want? We are great at putting elk on the landscape and increasing their population. But where's that social tolerance? How many elk do the people of Wyoming want on this landscape? In some areas more than others. And we have to listen to the people and listen to what they want. It isn't just about what Game and Fish wants. We are the biological science foundation of that decision, but it is a collaborative effort with the people to decide where we go with wildlife management.
I have to tell you this story. I left here in '84, Sheridan, and moved back in 2019, as I mentioned. In between was 32 years in Denver, and a lot of that time was spent coaching middle school aged boys, football, basketball, baseball, and ended up with a relationship with a family that to this day were the godparents of their daughter and the other two, and I think their godparents, Nina and Nino, they call my wife and I. Love them dearly, and they've come up since we've been here. They've come up every summer but one, and they spend about 4 or 5 days with us up at our cabin that our family has up in the Bighorn Mountains. And the first time they came up, they came and sat on the porch with him, and he asked me, he said, who owns all those animals? Because he was approaching and seeing the whitetail and the mule deer and antelope as he was approaching, red grade to head up the bighorns. He says, who owns all those animals? He was thinking that they were owned by the rancher, whoever was inside that fence. And I told him, I said, you do. We do. And I had to explain for a significant amount of time what that meant. And like you just said, it really is. We're citizens, and these animals are free, and they come and go, but they do somewhat sort of belong to us and God, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You said that very well. I often get that statement of game and fish, your elk, your deer. Nope, they're not ours. We are the lucky ones that get to manage them, but they are yours. They're the people's.
And we'll get into the hunting aspect here a little bit too, but with that same individual that I'm talking about, I hunt. I've hunted since I was 12, and he asked me about, killing, and with my goddaughter there, who's 9 years old, and explaining my thought process, my philosophy of harvesting my own food. And so with folks who don't do that and have no relationship to hunting, maybe they've done some fishing, but explaining to them that there is first of all, there is a thrill being on the hunt. There is a satisfaction with providing for your family in your own way by yourself, but that there is no part of the actual killing that most hunters enjoy. And that took a little explaining as well. And then I got into the whole, you pick out your pork at the grocery store as I was feeling guilty. I got to take a break here, our first commercial break. But when we come back, why don't you give us a little bit of your philosophy of management, your style, and what that might look like as we go forward with our Wyoming Game and Fish Director, Wyoming Game and Fish Department Director, Angie Bruce. Angie, thanks for joining us this morning. It's 8:21. You're with John Baggett, a.k.a. Bags, here on a Saturday morning, Labor Day weekend. Thanks for joining us on Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
I just put up our call-in number here. You're welcome to call or text in. Probably that'd be a better way if you have a question for our guest, Angie Bruce, Wyoming Game and Fish Director, with us here in the Zoom room. That number is 307-278-9598. 307-278-9598. I'll get a little ding in my ear that says your text is there. So feel free to leave us a message or a text, and I'll run it by Angie here in our Zoom room. Again, thanks for joining us this morning on a Saturday, on a day off. Nice of you to come in and be my guest on Cowboy State Daily Radio. All right, so before I went to the break, I kind of teased with I'd like to hear maybe a little bit about your management style and philosophy of management. How would you describe it?
Yeah, definitely, Bags. It's a really good question. And we sort of touched on this earlier with talking about who owns the wildlife in the state. And to elaborate on that, I really believe in collaboration. Wyoming has this incredible track record of bringing people to the table to solve really tough issues, and then take that solution and lead the nation with those decisions. And the value of that continues to pay dividends for us over and over. So building support as we go through changes, new decisions, rather than demanding it. Example right now, I saw the article you guys wrote yesterday regarding our testimony at Joint Ag. Mm-hmm. We're talking about this very tough subject, landowner license allocations. It's been a tough subject for 30 years, and it kind of gets stirred up, and then people kind of give up because there's not an easy solution. But I have to say that people are talking, and we're not gonna solve it within the department. We need creative solutions by everyone coming to the table and having those honest conversations. And that's really my style, is wanting creativity to get things done, thinking out of the box, and using the people of Wyoming to do that. We also have incredible staff who continuously need to be empowered to do their job, and then to continue to do the best science available and the best science across the nation. We're leaders in the state in so many areas, and that's because our staff are so incredible. And just empowering them to do their job and do it in a way that challenges them. And then lastly, I'd like to just really stress that I think there's some sense of urgency. I'm here on a Saturday because I believe in commitment to what we're doing. And we have an opportunity to get lots done and continue to lead the way in this nation and tackle tough issues. But if we sit back and do status quo, we're not going to do that. So we have a mule deer issue on our hands across the West, that we're developing a statewide strategy. there is a sense of urgency. We can't sit back and think about this, but we need to charge forward. We need to try things. We need to think out of the box. And so just really trying to stress that with folks that we need to do more, and we're committed to that.
Will you just explain what that mule deer issue is? I think I know what it is, but is that just its numbers?
Absolutely. That the trend since the 90s has been a decrease in the population across the West, not unique to Wyoming. If we knew the solution, we would be doing it. There's a whole bunch of things going on. We can talk about habitat quality, things that are affecting that, such as invasive species, wildfires, wild horses. But the habitat is not what it used to be. We can all say that. We have diseases on the landscape much higher than they ever have been, such as CWD. We have other things that we're exploring and diving into, like, is there competition with elk for habitat? Is that affecting the population at all? Don't really know exactly the answers to that, trying to sort that out. What else is happening across the landscape? We're getting more people, we're having more activities, we're having more people recreate in the wild. So what is it going to take for us to see a difference and start seeing an increase in that population, or at least a stabilization? We're exploring that. We're putting some thoughts together for everyone to use. A lot of these things are out of the department's hands. They will take statutory changes within our state. They may take county commissioners looking at zoning. They may take extra funding to help get invasive species under control out on the landscape, such as cheatgrass. We're going to put that together, and then we can easily communicate what those issues are and see where we can make some ground.
You mentioned migration, migration of new people, the influx into our state from other places. And there has been, I've been to a few meetings here locally where the concern with some of the new landowners who may not be getting educated about migration, movement, and access for animals. Is there a concerted effort with new people coming in that are buying land, and in some cases big chunks of land, on what their responsibility is to the wildlife in their area?
Absolutely. We do spend a lot of our time educating. We do spend a lot of our time. We have habitat folks who are out there talking to landowners, working with them every day, and finding funding sources. So exactly what you said, blockages to movement, such as fencing, such as roads. We're actively working in order to amend those, mitigate, so animals can move freely and get to that forage or that food source that they need. We're getting lots of support. We've gotten outside funders from outside the state donating millions of dollars to the effort. We're working with USDA on similar programs. So a huge effort going underway. But can we do more? Absolutely. We can always do more.
I was going to give it would have been a perfect segue. A little bit earlier, you mentioned how many incredibly good and helpful people are part of your organization. I thought it would be a good time to give them a little shout out, who those are on your team to help make it work.
Well, definitely. I have two deputy directors who basically handle everything day to day. My job takes me out of the state and around the state. Almost every single week I travel, and could not do what I do without the director's office team in place. And then we're split up in divisions. Those who don't know the department, we have a wildlife division, a fisheries division, services, which I call the catch-all, everything else division, and then our fiscal people who issue you your hunting license. And all the IT support that goes behind there, the habitat folks, the engineers, the customer service, those who answer the phone every day. We could not do it without them as well. So incredible staff, again, award-winning, and it would not serve me well if I didn't mention our award-winning commission. We have a 7-person lay person that the governor appoints commission that oversees our budgets and our policy. And so they are extremely active in helping us set priorities and making those tough decisions when it comes to regulations.
You mentioned your team with the, do you ever get us boomers that struggle around some of the technology with the website? I bet you get a little feedback, and I bet they come from my demographic.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we always have those tough conversations if we should print hunting regulations or not. You know, no, everybody should just go to the website. And it's like, wait a minute. I don't know about you, but I'm one of those two bags. I like to have that hard copy in my hand.
Yep.
So we continue to modernize, yes. However, we have to acknowledge that sometimes we have to do both. One of the things we're looking at because of that is we're looking at a hunting and fishing app for your phone. If you go through the website to buy your license, to retrieve your license, it's very, very clunky when you're looking at it on your little small cell phone. So if we had an app where you could easily, I don't know about you, but it always seems like the morning we're heading out the door for a hunt, my son is all of a sudden panicked because he can't find something, a tag.
Your son, that generation? Because I know mine does. It's happened to me. I promise you that.
Yes. So having an app where it's all on your phone would be incredible. So again, we're continuing to modernize with the recognizing that we still need some of those old school forms to make all of us happy.
You bet. Well, I've figured it out. I eventually get it done, but it's like I start over every year. That's the issue with growing old, unfortunately, is that you don't retain it all. If you don't do it every day or every other day or once a week, I don't retain it, and then it's the new hunting season, and I'm starting over. But anyway, just a strange out of the blue question here. Are there a lot of moose in the Bighorn Mountains more than what? Because I see them all the time. There's a lot of moose in the Bighorns, isn't there?
Oh my gosh, it's my favorite thing about going up there is the likelihood of seeing moose without even getting out of your car, correct? Like
Exactly.
You can see a lot. I was staying up there, about 5 years ago, and to walk out of my cabin and see 12 in the field foraging in front of me, incredible. Is there more than usual? I don't know if I can speak to that. There's always been a lot, but if you are a moose lover, it is definitely a place to go to see moose. We also are experiencing what I would call an increase or a higher level over in the snowies as well. So Sierra Madres, the numbers seem to be quite higher over there too. But yeah, you can't beat the bighorns for seeing moose.
I know they are everywhere. And of course, they're tasty too. I'm just saying. But my brother got one long time ago, and I remember it being one of my favorites. But anyway, do you have anything to do? How do you coordinate with the national park, the Yellowstone? I mean, how does that relationship work?
Absolutely. The superintendent up there, Cam, is definitely, we could call a friend, as well as the Teton National Park, Chip there as well. Work closely with them on a lot of efforts, probably a little bit more closely with Grand Teton because of how they operate and how they have an elk hunt there every year. But there's lots of collaboration. Recently, in the last couple of years, we've really worked with them closely to understand the big game movements. So you're at Yellowstone, you're on a family vacation, and you see those mule deer, you see those elk, because that's where they are for their summer habitat. But where do they go for the winter? A lot of people don't know the connection. They're going outside the park. They're going, down towards the Wind Rivers and onto private land, onto forest land. And so to think about that connection, the habitats and the big game are really connecting us with the park. But lots of collaborative efforts over the years to make sure those migrations and those important movements stay in place. That's a priority for us right now.
Sure, you bet. And I would think that that's just logical too. And then you incorporate private landowners as well. It's got to be a team effort. Well, before we get into the upcoming or current Have we started bow hunting with antelope? Is that already underway?
Absolutely. It sneaks up on us pretty fast, isn't it? I'm not used to this August hunting, being from Iowa. It always, every year, I'm surprised again. Yes, people are out there. They're in the field. They're bow hunting. We got elk and mule deer coming up too. So we're going to be in full force, especially, that September 1st kicks off so much across the state. I was just sitting down with my son over the weekend saying, okay, what's our game plan? Where are we going? My schedule gets a little crazy, so I need to plan out ahead of time. But things sneak up on us way faster, I think, every year than we expected. So it's good to sit down and get that planning done.
Somebody told me just recently they heard an elk bugle up here in the Bighorns, and I was like, no way. They know it's August, right? It can't be. We're not even Labor Day yet. You can't be bugling, but apparently they do, and that's great. I love it when I have family or friends that come up this time of year. When they ask me, when friends from Denver especially say, hey, Bags, when's a good time to come up and visit you guys? If I were you, I would wait till fall or late summer, early fall, and of course we could talk about that too, about being a non-hunter and being up there when it's hunting season, how to get along, everybody get along with each other. But that's what I recommend. I say, come on up. I said, you ain't seen nothing until you've been up there and you hear elk bugling and the aspen are turning, and your host, Bags, will be in one heck of a good mood.
Yeah, you nailed it. This is the prime time. Dig out the sweatshirts and sit out on your porch and listen to that bugling if you have that opportunity. So incredible time. And, there's still time for several things. If you're interested in hunting, I want to put a plug in for Type 8 elk license. It's something we started for the first time last year. Now, not available statewide, available, and you can find this on our website, in areas that are over objective. So there are areas that we're trying to decrease the population.
Right.
Unlimited, you can get as many as you want. The catch is it's a cow-calf license, and it's limited to private land. So if you have a place to go, if you have a friend you can call up, you can still get those tags. And so we had, I think about 5,000 people take advantage of that last year. I'm going to be curious to see how many take advantage of it this year, and then really start to see if it's working, where some targeted approaches on private lands to bring those numbers in more of a tolerable level where we need them to decrease. So exciting opportunity. And if you don't have hunter ed, there's still some availability to get in a hunter ed course as well. So make sure you get that in your license and figure out where you're going, and can have a great opportunity yet this year.
If you're an old fart, isn't there still a group that's grandfathered in? They don't have to have a hunter safety. They got to be getting up there, though.
Yes, you're testing my memory on that. Is it maybe a 69 is the year?
That's younger than I thought. But yeah, if there's a age group that you don't have to get your hunter safety, but maybe you should if you haven't been out in a while. But
you're exactly right. It does not hurt you to get it again. I was very excited about retaking it with my son. I thought that would be a great opportunity.
I took it three times with my two boys and my own, three times.
I think it's great to revisit because it just refreshes you to be really safe when you're out there. The proper way to carry your gun when you cross a fence. Some of those key reminders that are so helpful. I encourage people to take it again if they haven't, or just because they may have, like you said, be a little older and not have to, doesn't mean you shouldn't. But yeah, there's opportunities still for folks to get their hunter ed.
What's the address here before we go to the break? The email, or excuse me, the web address to get some of this information.
Yeah, definitely. You can just Google, like I'm doing right now, Wyoming Game and Fish, but I'll have it here for you in a minute. It's WGFD.
Yep.
.wyo.gov.
WGFD.
WYO.gov.
There you go. So you can check it out, all kinds of regs, and it's a cool website to peruse too. You get a lot of information on things that I don't do and the kind of hunting I've never done. But some of them I'd like to do. The idea of mountain lion hunting is very interesting to me, and I've had a buddy that got one. It was massive, so cool. Hey, when we come back, I'm like flying right over to the fact that we also have many fishermen here, and I'm a fly fisherman as well. So just briefly before we get to what's coming up with hunting season, because that was really the catalyst for me wanting to talk to you, or right there on the cusp. It's time for hunting season, but it's always time to go fishing. So when we get back, let's talk about that a little bit. Is that okay with you, Angie?
Absolutely. That sounds good, Bags.
Angie Bruce, Wyoming Game and Fish Director. Are you in Cheyenne?
Yes, I'm in the headquarters office in Cheyenne.
You betcha. We'll be back talking to her here in just a minute. It's 8:43 with your buddy Bags, John Baggett on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Radio. Good morning, Buddy Bags, on a Saturday. Any questions for Angie Bruce, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department Director, in the Zoom room with us today, talking about the upcoming hunting season right on the horizon. Any questions for her? Hey, text me right here into the studio, 307-278-9598, 278-9598. with your buddy Bags. So before I went into the break, I teased fishing. I fish. I love to fish. I'll fish anything, anytime, any way. Spinning rod, fly rod, deep sea, bass, wherever. I love to fish. And so just your thoughts about the fishing season, which is always, I don't ice fish. I've only done it a couple times. I have sat in the hut a few times with friends who were, and we, helping them stay warm, if I can say that diplomatically. But I do want to ice fish. There's some places that I will, and I finally have somebody who's going to allow me to use their hut so I can stay warm. But how's the fishing season going, and are fishing licenses up or down? What's up?
Yeah, so Bags, thanks. We don't have the final numbers in for this season, but our preliminary numbers show we're up some from 2024. Okay. Probably not quite as high as what we saw during COVID. Those numbers were through the roof. Yeah. We are hoping to continue to retain those, but we did see an increase this year. Fishing in Wyoming is pretty special, and I never understood how special it was until we did a survey once when we were developing our strategic plan. I found it was very interesting that visitors, non-residents, were coming to Wyoming number one for the fishing, even over wildlife, which took me a little bit back, but it is unique. I come from Iowa. I come from pond fishing, family farm pond fishing, big reservoir fishing. So I'm attracted to those small
catfish, bass,
walleye, bass, crappie, bluegill. I'm more attracted to, the native small streams that we have here, the cool water, finding those native trout. But we do have lots of different opportunities, from kokanee over in Flaming Gorge to walleye at Glendo, to those unique fishing trout streams that we have here in the state. And one thing we had another record-breaking tiger trout caught earlier this year near Kemmer. 14 pounds, 31 inches long. I mean, wow.
I caught my first tiger trout this year. And I think, I do mostly a catch and release, and but this one was out of the water a little while longer just so I could look at it, because it was the first one I've ever caught, and it was up here, one of the ponds, lakes up here in the Bighorns, and it was cool. They do put up a fight. That's what I was told. If you ever catch one, you'll see they put up a good fight. Yeah. But a lot of people not familiar, I wasn't familiar with the tiger trout. They're cool looking.
I agree with that. You might have to tell me your spot, Bags, if you're willing to, because I've only seen them in the hatcheries, and I have it on my list.
This was a private lake up there that they had stocked, so with complete transparency is my way. So it was a good good fishing season. Licenses are up, and of course my wife thinks I look sexy in my waders, so that's awesome. Okay, so getting back to hunting season, because it's right here, it's on the horizon. Bow, deer and elk cranking up, and like I said, we're probably antelope right now. What are some of the, what can I say? Just going into it, do you have a message for hunters this year in general?
Yeah, so definitely a lot of things to consider. The planning is important because we, again, have been struck by wildfires. So if you're in one of those hunt areas, reach out to our office. There is opportunity to get your license extended to next year or get reimbursed if you're not able to. If you're in one of those particular areas, call our staff at any time with any help. I can't say that enough. Regional offices, find a red shirt. If you need any sort of information, if you just want to understand what your license opportunity is better, but then just be mindful, there's grizzly bear country, there's black bear country, mountain lions on the landscape. Very mindful of your surroundings. Be bear wise. Carry that spray with you. It only takes a minute to add that to your bag and have it handy. And then again, with the wildfires, thank goodness we're getting a lot of rain this last week. Right. Before that, I was very nervous about anyone. Campfires, be very cautious. Our state has been fragile the last couple of years with wildfires. We do not want to set more of those off. But then I think foremost, Bags, is just being very considerate. we like to say on private lands, but I also say on public lands, be considerate of those other people out there, and leave the land in a way that you would want it left. You know, if you're opening a gate, shut a gate, do not leave your trash. Hunters over the last decade are getting a bad rapport from the common person. Let's not add to it. Let's do things differently in Wyoming, and let's leave the land in good condition and leave it better. If you're out there and you see trash, pick it up.
Always do, without a doubt. In fact,
it.
we've gone out of our way. Boy, you should hear the expletives. If we see that, it's like, who could do it? Who could throw it out? And God forbid they do it in front of me. I don't know.
Yes. And then you mentioned it earlier, Bags. Other people are out there besides hunters. Let's not make it a competition. You know, our neighbors to the south, they have certain areas of the state where they have to divide hunters and hikers. They will say hunters get during the week, the hikers get the area on the weekends. We have not had to go to that extreme in this state, but let's be courteous and cognizant of who else is out there.
I call it the Wyoming way. And when we have visitors in September and October, I bring my crate of reflective orange, and I put it on my guests, either a hat and or a vest. And then my dog, I have him with a collar that is reflective orange too. I just take into consideration that they're there and we can be there too, because whatever applies to a hunter applies to somebody hiking. You want to be seen, number one, and you don't want to act like a critter in the, with something, like a white something on your rear end as you're walking through the woods. You don't want to be mistaken for wildlife, that's for sure.
Yes, absolutely. You said it very, very well. It only takes a few more thoughts, a few more seconds. Be cognizant of all of that, and then you can have a safe hunting season.
Well, I just put up a picture of kids, and so I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking to parents and kids if they're listening. I don't know how far down my demographic goes with this show, Angie, but what can and what should parents do if they want to introduce a child to hunting, and if they have a child that hunts, any information for them that would help them have a better experience?
Yeah, so I would be patient. I'm going to give advice from a mother who's a mother and a hunter. Is, you don't have to start off big. You don't have to start off with an elk hunt. You can simply start off with some basic prey predator concepts, just as something as easy as going to Springer and doing a pheasant hunt. So somewhere where they can feel that they can be successful, and just certain messages. I really like to hone in that, it's quality time with my kiddo out there on the landscape. And if we harvest, we harvest. If we don't, we don't. But we have a great time. Last year, we paused in the middle of our hunt, and we had the opportunity to watch this big, huge male badger on the landscape do his thing for about 20 minutes. And my son still brings that up. Yeah. Yes, he did harvest an antelope, but he talks about that badger experience more. So make it fun, make it enjoyable. Don't make it so intense. Don't have this expectation. Let them shoot in their own time if the shot is there, but don't force it either.
That brings up a great memory of mine as a father, taking my boys hunting, getting them out of school at a Denver school for hunting season, and we were coming up to Wyoming. We were hunting on the west side, speaking of mule deer, by Kemmerer, where there's a big blackhorn deer. Took our boys there, and we got some pushback from teachers, Denver area teachers, and one of the ways we were trying to get the absence excused, and we promised them that they would do their homework. So every single night in the tent, we were tent hunters, they had to do their homework, lantern light homework, but also they had to do a report, significant. And then one year I remember with a particular teacher, we found an elk skull and Joseph did, my oldest, did a report on it and took it there. And the teacher that I was having somewhat of an issue with ended up writing me a letter. I think we kept it, about how amazing his presentation was, how much he learned, and how much he never would have learned had he not had that experience.
Yeah, that is a perfect example. Make it an experience, exactly what you said, Bags. Don't make it just about the harvest, but the entire experience, wildlife ecology, predator-prey relationships, and good family time. Make those memories.
Oh, absolutely. And then it's just the adventure of it all. Of course, we go back long enough. I mean, we had the technology right from the get-go with GPS. We were hanging it off here because Dad, does not have a natural great sense of direction. I've gotten lost coming out of malls in Denver, but that's just the way it is. So part of the adventure was just topography and going out and scouting and going weeks or months beforehand and looking at where we're going to be and where our camp is, relative to the terrain. Well, I bring up that story because my oldest now, he's Ranger tabbed. He's a commander of an airborne company, and so he was ready when he went in as far as his map reading.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. No one takes out those paper maps that we had anymore, but you said it, introduce them to Onyx or whatever mapping thing you have, your tool, and let them run it. My son now tells me where to go.
So does
it
me.
Is wonderful.
I've got my X Hunt right here. I love it. I use all the technology. I have been lost in the woods once, and I told myself I never would again, so be prepared. Man, believe it or not, we're just about out of time. We brought up the kids. I've got a middle school teacher coming on next because school's starting too, not just hunting season. So she's going to come up. I just want to say thank you so much. I knew this would be fun. I knew it would go quickly. I've got like 4 or 5 more bullet points I didn't even get to. But, man, I sure appreciate you being here, Angie. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Bag. It was my pleasure anytime.
All right. Well, it's just under 9 o'clock. Straight up, your buddy Bags here. We'll be back after the news and a little bit of weather here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for tuning in.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A proposed wind farm that promises to bring jobs and increased revenue to Laramie County is dividing ranchers and landowners, some of whom worry the initiative could negatively impact their private properties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that in an initiative it calls the Laramie Range Wind Project, Spanish energy giant Repsol intends to build as many as 170 wind turbines on roughly 50,000 acres of private ranch lands and 6,150 acres of state lands.
I spoke to some people on this side of the issue that said there are significant environmental concerns. There's also safety hazards posed by the increased amount of construction traffic that'll come to the area. But on the other side of the issue, there's also some significant pros. One rancher told me that this is a land right issue, that people should be allowed to use their land how they want. And if they want to partner with a development like this, they should be allowed to.
The project plans to begin construction in 2027 and last until November of 2029. A Wyoming Highway Patrol trooper was hurt Tuesday when a semi crashed into a patrol vehicle on I-80 near Rawlins. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the trooper was leaving the scene of a prior crash at mile marker 201 west of Rawlins and attempted to turn into the median from the right shoulder when a westbound semi-trailer struck the left side of the trooper's vehicle.
There was a passenger vehicle that was hit by a semi that was driving erratically on I-80, and while first responders were responding to that, the Wyoming Highway Patrol, at least one trooper was on the scene. When they were leaving the scene, turning out onto the highway again, they got hit by a semi. There's been a lot of discussion about how that was handled, were the emergency lights on, but based on witness testimony from the scene, would that have mattered? Because people weren't exactly slowing down when they saw an active accident scene on the highways.
The trooper was taken to Memorial Hospital of Carbon County in Rawlins with minor injuries and was released later that day. The truck driver was not hurt and was not ticketed. The three contenders for the Wyoming Senate seat vacated this month by Darren Smith are all pro-life, pro-ICE, and pro-restriction of sexual content in children's libraries. A group of Wyoming Republican Party precinct committee members from Laramie and Platte counties on Monday chose Taft Love, Roy Burt, and Jeff Barnes as three nominees to fill Senate District 6. But as similar as their platforms are, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the three differ in how they'd approach those issues.
A lot of them agree on the issues, like they do not want sexually graphic books in children's sections of libraries. They tend to be pro-life. They want to work with ICE. And so it's interesting that even if you have these matching values across the board, if you give a man the power to rewrite state law, he's not going to use it the same way as his fellow candidate.
Smith, a Republican freshman legislator from the Cheyenne area, resigned from that seat August 11th so he could lead the U.S. Attorney's Office for Wyoming as the state's top federal prosecutor. The Laramie and Platte County Commissions are scheduled to choose one of the three nominees for the position on Friday. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
Well, if EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin thinks President Donald Trump should pardon a Cheyenne mechanic in prison for removing federally mandated emissions controls from diesel engines, he's not saying so publicly. Zeldin was at the Wyoming Capitol Thursday to sign a letter of support to give the state control of its coal combustion residuals program. While he was covering that story, Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson asked a question that's been on the mind of many Wyomingites who've been following the story of diesel mechanic Troy Lake.
He said, yes, I'm aware of it. His staff has researched it as far as what his opinion is on whether he should be pardoned or not. And if President Trump wants his opinion, he'll give it to him, but he won't do it publicly or in the media.
2/3 of the members of the Wyoming House of Representatives sent a signed letter dated Tuesday to the Trump administration urging a pardon for Lake. In the letter, legislators expressed concern that the prosecution was used as a political statement. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
And we're back. Hey, good morning. Happy Labor Day weekend, you hard-working souls, you. You deserve a break this weekend. Hope you got big plans, too. Enjoy it. Weather-wise, Don Day's Wyoming weather forecast says we got a mix of rain and sunshine here in the Cowboy State. Highs 70 to 80 degrees over most places. Lows tonight from the mid-30s. Hello. To the mid-50s tonight. It's happening. The weather's a-changing, and feels like school. Yeah, school weather. Getting back into it here in the fall. Right on. I got at the Zoom room here. You give me a second here to fix something. My face. Yeah, watch this. Boom. Yeah, there was a time when it took me a lot longer than that to fix that picture. Hey, I need a technical producer, Liz. You got time for your buddy bags? You could do a little radio, digital streaming producing. I know a guy to teach you the ropes. We call him Dave Ernie Van Dam. Yeah, I know that guy. Hey, Liz Peel. Liz is a middle school teacher in the Denver area at St. Thomas More Catholic School. Mm-hmm. The Lions, right?
The Mighty Lions, you got it.
The Mighty Lions. I saw the logo. That's pretty cool, though.
It's on my shirt right there.
Yeah, see, I got my work.
Your Sheridan's on there, too.
Yeah, you betcha. Welcome. Liz and I are old friends, very good friends. Love her and her family dearly, very much so. And when I started talking about Deb, we have to give Deb credit, my wife. I said, well, we got to get a teacher on. What about Liz? So this is all her fault. You need to, if you got an issue with getting up and doing a radio show on a Saturday morning, it's hers. She's kind of a combination of technical producer, show producer, and executive producer. And she made coffee. So she's a heck of a gal. So
Bernie made mine.
Yeah, we've known each other now for 20 some years. Very good friends. She's married to a buddy of mine who I consider a brother. And her son and my youngest son were born just like months apart, right? They're pretty close. So Big A, if you're listening. And then your boys, I've been in communication with Sean. I'm going to try to get him on this show. And would you give a shout out to Brian for me as well?
Will
the
do.
whole friggin' family. Tell him Bags says howdy.
Would love to do so, John, and back at you and to Deb. And you can tell Deb, I am not a tech person, so thank her. I'm the one who could mess things up.
She's watching us on YouTube right now out in the living room. And it just so
Wonderful.
for my audience, a lot of my audience is just listening, and then some of my audience is streaming. So I tell the people who are listening, and if I make reference to something that I'm showing on the screen, which I will, we're talking, they can always go back, and you can share it. We archive all our shows at Cowboy State Daily website, cowboystatedaily.com, and then there's a drop down for radio, and then you can go back months, 4 hours every Saturday, man. You don't have much going on in your life if you have time to go back and listen to all these shows that I've been doing. Absolutely. So we mentioned the family as well. How about your family? Where are you from originally?
Okay, John. Well, I grew up an Air Force brat. That's the logo for it. So, yep. Born in England and spent a lot of time over there in British schools. Came here when I was in high school. Lived in Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and now Colorado. So kind of all over, but been in Colorado now for 30 plus years, and I call this home. This is a wonderful place to be.
You bet. And Sean, your oldest, he is a captain, or is he a major now?
He's captain. I gotta stop and think. He's in the Marine Corps. He's stationed in Okinawa. And he just gave us our third grandchild this last June. So
I got to see him. Oh, the boy, what's his name? The 3-year-old Davis. No, that's the new newest one. Davis is the new one, right? After Terrell Davis, I think that's
correct.
But there's one of them. The little boy. How old is the little boy? 3?
All right, the oldest one is 6, and his name is Peyton after Peyton Manning. Their daughter is Bailey after Champ Bailey, and she's 3. And then little Davis after Terrell Davis is 2.5 months now, I have to say. So true Bronco fans there.
Oh, I was going to say, and he's a Raiders fan. That's weird. No, definitely not. Definitely not. In fact, we were at your house when the Broncos won the Super Bowl in 2015. I think I kept that video too, by the way. Okay. What I wanted to say is, yes, thanks to Sean for his service. So far away from home. God bless him. But he and I do communicate through social media primarily. So, all right. The reason for the show, or you on my show, this podcast hour, is because school has begun. And I know that because here in Sheridan, Wyoming, they put up big orange flags on the school zone areas. And, man, the local police, they do patrol those areas. So just a reminder, slow down. School is back in session.
Yes, it is.
So, all right. So what do you teach, by the way, both age-wise and subject-wise?
Sure. Right now I teach, and for the last 20-something years, I teach middle school English and literature. So I have 7th and 8th graders. They're anywhere between 12 and 14 years old, right in that time frame. I started my career in high school, though, and just through a fluke took a position at a middle school thinking I'll give it a try for a year. And here I am 20 something odd years later in middle school. This is my 37th year teaching, though, I want to say.
I was going to ask you how long, and I also know that you're award winning as a teacher, so I don't want to embarrass you, but I know these secrets about you, Liz. You're that good. And I think that's why as soon as Deb mentioned, what about Liz? I was like, yeah, I mean, she's got cred. We'll go with Liz for this topic. So
thank you very much.
Well, what we have in common. Well, first of all, tell me where your passion for teaching. 30 some years doing the same thing. Was there an inspiration in your life? Was a family member or a teacher of yours?
I was on foreign study in college. My junior year, I went to Furman University in South Carolina, and we were in, I think, Stratford at the time, and I was sitting in, I don't know where it was at, some hall or something, just thinking about it, going, I really enjoy reading. I love to write. Mm-hmm. I want other people to feel the same way. And each year it's a different year, John. There's no one year that's a duplicate of the past year, even though I have file cabinets that would tell you otherwise. Each year it's a new group of kids with new backgrounds and new experiences and new levels. So I learn right along with them every year. So,
and these are middle school. Now here's an area where we have something in common. So for many, many years, I coached middle school, and I've told my audience this before. They're like, yeah, we've heard. But football, basketball, and baseball, mostly I coached JoJo when he was in elementary school. But then I moved on, and then not only did I coach Alex when he was in middle school, but then I went on after both boys were gone and coached in the PAL program, Police Athletic League, in the middle school age group. So I know these guys. These are 12, 13, and 14, all guys. I had one female. I have a cough button. I've had one female that played baseball for me at one time, but the rest are all dudes, 12, 13, and 14. The funny thing about this age group, in my opinion, and you're the perfect one to talk about this, is the gap between maturity. So at 12 and 13, you still have boys that are little boys who are still playing with G.I. Joe and Tonka trucks and stuff. And then you have little boys who are already chasing girls.
Too true.
Yeah, that makes it kind of a challenge. Well, how do you teach that immature child and this pubescent teenage boy? What's the secret, Liz?
I think even after 37 years, we're still figuring it out. But it all boils down to the fact, and from my opinion, all boils down to you start with where they're at, and they all want to grow. So you just move them forward from where they're at. I consider my job, I teach communication, and I teach it through literature and through writing. So each person has a unique voice, and that's what I try and get those kids to bring out, to become better at expressing themselves. And if it means they go home and they play with their G.I. Joes and they talk with them, then that's how it comes out. If it means it's how they converse with adults, that's how it comes out.
Sure.
But it's fun to watch them grow. And I'd have to say at this age group, what they're really trying to do is figure out who they want to be. So they're trying all kinds of different personas. And
they're testing you. I mean, I know that there's they want to know where that line is drawn, and they will take right up to some will take you right up to that line, won't they?
Oh, for sure. They just need boundaries. That's what they're going for. So I think the biggest disservice people can do is not give them that boundary, is to keep moving that boundary. So
I would phrase I always phrase it: high love, high discipline equals same place on the spectrum. High love, high discipline. If you have high love, then you can implement high levels of discipline without losing them. Does that make sense?
Makes total sense. That translates, I think, into respect, and it goes both ways. So, yep.
It's a big jump from elementary school into middle school, both for the kids and the students. Do you see that? I mean, that a little bit of stress as going from maybe childhood into adolescence? Is it a little stressful time for the family?
I'd have to say yes, especially if it's their first child making that jump from 5th to 6th grade. I teach in a K-8 school, so I have actually pre-K to 8th grade. So I have little bitty 3-year-olds downstairs all the way up to my 14-year-olds upstairs. So it's a blessing to see them go through the stages. But that 5th grade to 6th grade jump, when they come to the middle school hallway, right, and they have the big lockers and everything, the kids are super excited. Parents are really nervous. But then they get the hang of it and we progress. And then they get to 8th grade and they're the king of the castle. And then it occurs to them halfway through the year that this is the end of being the king of the castle, because next year they're at the bottom of the fishbowl. So you see a little bit of humility come back in at the end of the year.
What an advantage, though, that to the child and to the parent, that they can see you and they can see that end of the building, because your parochial St. Thomas More is a Catholic school, so
correct.
That is not uncommon for parochial schools to be kindergarten all the way. What do you call that? All the way through.
Exactly.
The gamut.
The whole spectrum.
The spectrum.
Exactly. And we have many of our 8th graders who have been there since kindergarten. At the end of the year, they always do a picture and we compare it to their kindergarten picture. So high percentage have been there their entire academic career. So they're ready to move on. They've outgrown us by then, and they should have, but they're nervous. So.
But really, I wanted to be able to provide some information, some knowledge, some workable tools for parents. With that transition, is there any recommendation that you would make from a child going from that elementary 4th, 5th grade into the middle school?
You know what? Be there for your kid, but let them make mistakes. Don't beat them up because they make mistakes, but they're going to make mistakes. Don't try and cover for them. Let them take accountability. That's, I think, one of the hardest things for parents to do, because they kind of want to protect their kid in a new environment. But let them try things out and learn for themselves. That's a part of it, and we teachers know that. So be there for your child, though. Be involved. Ask questions if you don't get it.
It's kind of that fine line, too, because that phrase, helicopter parent,
correct,
hovering over the top. It really is a fine line. And again, back to what you said earlier about communication with the parents. What do you communicate with them about how much involvement and how much personal responsibility that child should have?
Well, we always encourage, we just had back to school night and we reiterated this then. We always want to encourage the child to advocate for him or herself. If you have a problem or a question with the teacher, have the student come ask, have your kid come ask us first, and then back it up. We want to hear from the child first in the classroom. But then if there's a concern that's bigger than that, then for sure that parent needs to be in touch with teachers. But kids are growing up, and that's what school is for. Yes, it's academics, but it's also becoming a person.
So you said you teach English and what else? Composition?
English and literature, so reading and the writing piece and the vocabulary, and public speaking. So it's all of it.
Kind of a grammar Nazi like Deb, aren't you? A little bit.
True.
You just spend all day correcting me. No, I'm just joking, giving you a hard time. But my trouble area was always math, but we'll talk about that some other time. What's wrong with Bags? Why can't he figure out a tip at a restaurant? But anyway, it's 9:21. We're already at our first break. When we come back, I want to equip parents. How would good parents prepare their kids for school? What do they need to do? From supplies to enough sleep to, taking their cell phones away. Let's talk about that a little bit, because I think that's important, and I'd like to provide some resources to parents getting ready or have just started sending their kids back to school. It's 9/21. It's Saturday. It's Labor Day weekend. I will be tomorrow heading to Don King Days. That's the King Ropes up here in Sheridan. King Saddlery, very famous family here, and they have a rodeo, polo, Western celebration that we'll be heading to. It's tomorrow and Sunday. And then later today, I have an open house I'm showing in Buffalo, 5-bedroom, 3-bath home, beautiful corner lot. If Buffalo is attractive to you and you want to look at a beautiful home, give me a text. Shoot me a text right here at 307-278-9598. We'll be back with Liz Peel, teacher extraordinaire, in the Zoom room here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Canada, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags on a Saturday. Any questions for Liz and I, you can text me at 307-278-9598, and I will run those by Liz. But I did have a question for Liz, and that is, what the heck can parents do to prepare their kids for school and then hopefully long term to have a great year? What would you
Wow, that's a loaded question there.
Well, yeah, I do. Yep,
at least at my age group, middle school kiddos, they can be moody, hormonal. One day can be entirely different from another, so their needs are different. Just honor where your kid's coming from. But physically speaking, I want to say a good night's sleep. Some food in the stomach heading out the door, or at least on the way to the door. But that can be hard because we all know, and research proves that these older kids, their sleep cycles are different than younger kids, but yet we expect them to be up and going at 7:30, 7:45 in the morning.
Right.
And they're not ready to be doing that. So there's a part of that that's just biological.
I know if I've had a good night's sleep before this show, it's a way better show than the nights when I don't. Yeah, that's for sure. You nailed that. I can see it being even more important for a kid. Take control of their sleep schedule.
Exactly. Even if they're not falling asleep, they're off that screen, their eyes are closed, at least they're physically resting until they fall asleep. I'd say the best thing that way, down the screen time, get those phones out of the bedroom when your child's going to sleep.
What are the rules in your classroom about phones? Do they just don't bring them, or do they hand them off to Mrs. Peel as they walk in?
They used to do that, but now we have no cell phones in the school. They don't bring them in. We are a private school, so we don't have buses. So our parents have car line. They drop off their kids in the morning. So often the students will leave their phone in the car with their parents. Now there are exceptions. If we have a split home and a student's going from one parent to another, obviously they need to take their phone, or if they've got a medical reason to have a phone on them. But then they turn the phone into the office and pick it up at the end of the day. So that does help a lot.
I can't even imagine this era of kids. And I didn't have to. When I was coaching the middle school, phones were just not an issue yet. It was very close. It was coming, but we didn't have to worry about that distraction. But what a big distraction it can be. I can imagine with going home with homework, you're competing against that little screen.
So that brings me to my second tip. Thank you on that, John. When your student's doing homework, have that phone visible on a table, but off or turned over, because 9 times out of 10, a student will say, it took me 2 hours to do this assignment. And that's because an hour and a half of it was chatting with a friend, going back and forth on that phone and then doing a question. So that phone shouldn't be there unless, of course, there's an assignment posted online and that's how the student's accessing it. But have the phone be the reward for when the assignment's done.
The other one is exercise. Now, the advantage I had as a coach is that you could use physical punishment as motivation legally and gracefully, kindly, but it's certainly acceptable at football practice or basketball practice to give them red lines, push-ups, sit-ups, and all those things to kind of change behavior a little bit. And then by the end of a practice, when you've worn out a 13-year-old little boy, you've got his attention. You don't have to worry about him being distracted by something else because he's gotten plenty of exercise and he's a little bit worn out. I would assume that the same applies with kids at school. If they're bouncing around because they haven't been outside and they haven't had any exercise, it could be a pain in the rear end, right, teacher?
For sure, especially on those days when it's snowing and raining, that's a lot of time here in Colorado in the wintertime, and they can't go out for recess or for PE. You just have to look for other ways to do it. So I'll take my class out of the classroom and we'll move to another room just to get up and move. Exactly. You've got to do those breaks. Even for those students who are focused all the time, they need that interaction.
And then obviously nutrition. We'd be remiss without going down that road. I think that there are times when, I'm just observing maybe other parenting styles that were not mine. I mentioned already earlier, it was a high love, high discipline in our house. And it wasn't like when I was a kid where if you didn't finish your plate, you didn't go anywhere. Wasn't quite that strict, but it was a requirement. We were hands-on when it came to Joseph and Alexander's nutrition. How important is that really, Liz?
It is. I think it's a big factor, especially with the rise in ADHD and diagnoses like that, where the amount of sugar that a student takes in causes them to be hyper in the morning and crash in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And that's true for any
That's
student.
true for me.
So yep. I mean, healthy snacks. And I can't tell you, John, how unsettling it is to see students be dropped off in car line holding a cup of coffee. These are 12, 13, 14-year-olds. The last thing they need is caffeine in that form in the morning, 7:30 in the morning. That should be a cup of milk, water, orange juice, something like that. But no, healthy nutrition is a big factor. Those lunches your parents pack, they're important.
Does St. Thomas More Catholic School, do they have a lunch program, or do most kids bring their own?
We have hot lunch. You can order hot lunch online, and it's a nutritious meal, and there's a salad bar provided as well. Or you can bring a sack lunch. Either way, or a combination of the two. So
nutrition, exercise, good sleep, kind of fundamentals right there. But
for teachers as well.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we're going to get into teachers and how they stay sane here in just a bit. But I wanted to ask about, are you able to identify a good student? Maybe, I don't want to eliminate a kid because he's had some behavioral issues early on, but can you identify a good student? What are those traits that a good student comes in with?
So I think I would maybe rephrase it to say traits that make a student good, or lend that way regardless of where they come from. A natural curiosity, a willingness to question, to go deeper, not just to sit there in that seat apathetic, letting the words roll over them. Take a good student, or a student who wants to be a good student, is actively involved in learning in whatever way, shape, or form that is. Asks questions, shows that he's interacting with what's going on in the classroom. And it doesn't matter if you can't add, like you were mentioning, math wasn't yours. You ask my students, they can tell you, Miss Peel, her math, don't let her deal with math. I tell them to check their grades because I'll put in the numbers incorrectly. And I'll tell them to double check their score on a paper. And if I've made a mistake, let me know, because I do.
So what do you... Oh, go ahead. Finish your thought. Sorry.
No, just students who are involved, no matter what their learning level or style is, who want to learn. That's what makes a student a good learner.
Not teacher's pet, not somebody kissing up. That's not a preference.
Oh, Tootsie Rolls are always appreciated.
Yeah,
they'll get you a long way in my class. I
knew I was going to provide some good practical information for some of your students here. I hope they're listening. Then there's the problem kids. Now, you're talking to, nobody will be surprised, a little bit of the class clown.
Never, John.
No, and I know somebody else we both are practically related to, I guarantee, was a class clown type. So I don't want to problem. I don't think I was ever a problem student, but I always had, in the notes and the old-fashioned report cards, Johnny doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Johnny is too busy talking in class. Johnny thinks he's funny. So I'm going to separate the two. A problem student. Now you've got a child who maybe isn't getting the nutrition, the sleep, and the attention that he or she should have. How do you identify them, and how does that change and maybe sometimes distract from what's going on in the classroom?
Well, by the time I get students, for the most part, they've already been identified if they have an issue going on. So there's already been practices in place that I'm made aware of even before the school year starts. So I know to look for them and prepare for them. Sometimes it's as simple as having a seat at the back of the classroom so that kid can get up and walk around if he or she needs to do so. It can be making sure that student has a way to leave the classroom if he needs to, if it's been identified. Sometimes it's even just a private conversation. Hey, we know you're in class. We know that you're there. You don't need to draw attention to yourself every day. Because trust me, then we know when you're absent, and you don't want us to be glad you're not here. You want us to appreciate the fact that you are in this room contributing to the classroom. And sometimes that's all it takes. They just wanted you to know that they're there.
Yeah, I think so. Some of the teachers could take a few notes from football coaches, because we would have a way of doing it, again, getting away with physical punishment that just looked like exercise when a kid was misbehaving. Which brings me to the question about special needs. What is the special needs students? What is the format at your school? And are they part of the classroom, some special needs kids, or do they separate them? What is the format where you teach?
Sure. Well, we are private school, so we don't service what are called individual education plans, or IEPs, which are what are in place in public schools. Although we do have students in our building who do have IEPs. In our level, they're turned into 504 plans, which we can service. If we can't service a student's needs, or if they're too severe, we'll tell the family right off that our school won't be able to meet the needs of their students. But those students who do have learning differences, we'll call them, they're in our classroom. They're not in a special classroom, although we do have interventionists who work one-on-one or in small groups with them during study hall time or home-based time, or before and after school, or who come into, we call it push into our classroom during a class period when we need extra help, just to help monitor those students with staying on track or following directions. But we always have a plan in place that's supposed to support them, with the intent being that we can withdraw the support after they learn their coping skills so they can move on more independently.
I could see both ends of it here in a situation like that, where it could be I'm not going to use distraction. It may slow down the pace of the curriculum to let special needs or those slower learners catch up. But it can also be very beneficial for kids, especially kids who don't have any special needs people in their lives, to be around them and to learn to cope with them, and to have empathy or sympathy for somebody with special needs. You could see that as potentially a benefit to the classroom too, couldn't you?
For sure, especially when you do small group work and you can mix students together to accommodate that way. And students teaching students, that's a wonderful thing to witness, because number one, it enforces those students who understand the material. It enforces their understanding, because then they can communicate it, and then other students hear it in their own language. So yes. Yeah. And empathy is a big part of what I teach in literature. It's in every book that we teach. Walk in somebody else's shoes.
Yeah, here. Appreciate hearing that. We're going to do a break here. We come back. We're going to talk about a little bit about the stress that teachers feel, and maybe how we as a community and as parents can assist. But I also want you to talk to me a little about how many years you've been teaching now, Liz?
It's like 37.
Do you
I lose count.
Yeah. Do you ever think about the impact, or have you had incidents where you realize the impact that you've had on students? So don't answer that. That was a tease. I'm going to do a commercial break. It's our last one, believe it or not. And then when we come back, again, school's here, it just started. Please slow down in school zones. Oh, man. I mean, that, at least here at Sheridan, you'll be reminded if you don't. But it is. School's in session. And we're talking to Liz Peel, who teaches the middle school age kids at St. Thomas More Catholic School in Colorado. So we'll be back. It is 9:41. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
There you go, Liz. Little picking and grinning. 9:43, Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, a.k.a. Bags. Buddy Bags. This is the Bags, Buddy Bags Studio is what we call this. It's right next to the room you and Dave will be staying in when you come up here and visit before we get up to the mountains.
Perfect.
So take a good look. All right. So went to the break here. I'm going to reverse order this and talk about the, being a teacher and having, in some cases, I know some teachers work during the summer and or teach summer school, but coming back after a significant amount of time off could be a little stressful on the old libido too there from the teacher's perspective, wouldn't you say, Liz?
For sure. You go through the summer, you're talking to friends, you're doing housework, you're relaxing, and then you get back in, and the first thing that tires on me is my voice. Just coming back in and talking all day, and all of us will go home doing this with our throat, just rubbing it, go, oh, my throat
Finally,
hurts.
something we can relate to. That happens to me in this hour, the 9 o'clock hour, where my radio voice sounds more like, frog. But that's okay.
Yes.
It's a muscle.
It is, and it gets worn out, and it needs a rest. But that's the first thing that tires out. And then the being on your feet all day.
Oh, yeah.
Walking around being on your feet. So, but then it comes back, and the teacher voice is there, and you get into the groove.
Yeah, I could see, too, by the end of the day, I don't think I was ever built to be a teacher. A coach, yes. But we have a lot of teachers in my family. My sister just retired from teaching. My dad was a career teacher, then administrator, eventually high school principal here locally, John Baggett Sr., who's the reason I use Bags a lot so that people don't think it's him. He told me once, somebody said they thought I was doing a radio show. And I said, all right, Dad, Bags. I'll be Bags. He was Bags. We're all Bags. Anyway, before I get off on that tangent, I want to talk a little bit about how parents, how we, the community, can assist and make this school year a great year and to make a student's experience as good as it can be. What's missing and how can we help? Hello.
Well, just speaking from where I'm at, because I am private, we have a lot of parental support and it makes a huge difference. So if we have listeners out there in the public sector who don't have as much support, perhaps encourage just parents even dropping off classroom supplies, saying, hey, could you use some extra whatever it is on your shelves? How could we help you? Would you want us to bring in a treat for your kids at some point? We have an issue because it's not an issue per se. Transportation perhaps is where I'm going with this one, because we don't have buses. We don't have those available for us for field trips. So we need parents to drive whenever our kids are on a field trip. Our students take a trip to the museum or something. So in the private sector, parents volunteering for field trips. That's a wonderful thing. And there's a tendency to think, oh, I'm going to embarrass my student. But no, you're not, unless you do something outwardly, because we're going to give you a role to do anyway if you're on a field trip. So be involved that way. Be around the school. When we put out calls for parents for help, answer them.
That raises a question that I have. What would you say is the primary difference, having taught both in the public school and the private school scenarios? What is the biggest difference you see? Is it parent involvement?
No, I'd say it's accountability, unfortunately. We are able to hold our students to a much higher level of accountability because of our administration. And I know teachers' hands are tied in the public sector because of their administrations. And so they have a lot less authority in the classroom than we do in ours. And unfortunately, that trickles down to students and their behaviors and enforces sometimes the wrong type of power in a classroom. Does that make sense, John, where I'm going?
It does. I think the bureaucracy, the word bureaucracy, red tape kind of comes to mind just based on all the politics around education. I know, well, I've told you before, our conversation, I don't do a political show here on Saturday mornings. We do cover politics quite heavily on my buddy Jake Nichols, who hosts the weekday Cowboy State radio show. But on Saturday, it just seemed to me that I've had enough. I want to talk about fun, interesting, timely topics with interesting and entertaining and timely people like yourself. And but again, when it comes to education, you really, at least if it's the elephant in the room, which I do think it is in this case, just to mention the fact that I hope and I wish and I'll pray that that there's less of that bureaucracy in our public schools and there's more freedom for teachers to do what they're there to do, and that's to teach. So that's just
correct. You're here, John. That's our passion. We want to help students grow. That's why we're there. We have a gift for communicating. Let us be able to do our job, because there are millions of wonderful teachers out there, and they know their passion. Let them do their job.
You're good at segues here, almost automatically, because this is going to be our last topic. We have about 8 minutes left, 8.5 minutes to go, but we're going to talk about how would I term it? Your impact on a child. First of all, have you ever had any experiences? I have as a coach. Have you had experiences as a teacher where you go, "Oh God, I do have a big impact on a child, a student's life"? Has that happened to you?
Yes, I hate to play it up, but yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't keep coming back. If I felt like I wasn't being a factor in a child's development, I would feel I was doing a poor job. So yes, I have. We all have students come back to us after they've graduated from high school, come back in college, and they tell us what they're doing and how glad they are they were ready for high school, that it moved them on. So yes, when they come back, and words of music to my ears are, Miss Peel, your class was the hardest ever. And there were days when I absolutely hated being there and doing the work, but then I got to high school and I understood why you made us do it. So thank you. And it's those thank yous that mean everything.
I bet.
And then they tell me what they're doing. And it's like, see, I knew you could do it. We all knew you could do it. So kudos to you. And I don't care what you're doing. You're doing what you want.
I had a kid tell me, ran into him. He played for me in middle school, went on to high school, then went off and played at Harvard, was a guard. He was a 300-pound, huge child, huge young man, huge man now. So before we moved back, or I moved back to Sheridan, we were at the Italian Fest there in Lakewood. And Deb and I, Lakewood, Colorado, we're walking down the street, and here comes, first of all, you can't miss him. His name is Michael Mancini. So you got about a 6'4". He's graduated from Harvard. I knew he was a smart kid because he had a man's sense of humor at 13 and 14 years old. And he's with his fiance, and he sees me and he lights up and he goes, "Coach," comes up. And how many people do you think are out there that can lift me up, Liz?
I don't know if I can think of, but maybe one or two.
Okay, well, here's one. He lifts me up off the ground. So it's been a long time since anybody has done that to me, and hugs me. And he turns to his fiance and says, "This is the hardest coach I ever had." And this is a kid who I had him in middle school. So he went and he played for Dave Logan at Mullen.
Whoa.
And then he went to Harvard, which, playing the Ivy League in college, and graduated from there. So he's a smart kid. So he had all these coaches in between, and his middle school coach was the toughest coach he ever had. But it was that high love, high discipline
exactly
that was effective with him. So how about you? Have you been somewhere, you're walking down the street or driving now, and somebody pulls up next to you and goes, "Mrs. Peel"? All excited.
Yes, I see them all over the place. It's such a small community. In fact, I can name one right now. I play in a little ladies golf league on Tuesday evenings, and lo and behold, one of my former students is waitressing at the golf course restaurant that's there, and she comes up to me and she says, "Miss Peel," and we talked. She goes, "Thank you so much." Oh. She's nowhere near close to being an English teacher, so I give her a hard time about that, but she is doing so well, and I see her all the time, and she is fulfilled. She's got a great part-time job right now as she's finishing up college.
How was her grammar?
Much better when she left me. Yeah. And she talked correctly, so there you go.
Excellent.
So I've had other students, they've won writing awards and things like that. So that's encouraged them to keep on writing. But I'm going to loop it back to how you started this, if that's okay.
Sure.
You asked me what my inspiration was, and it ties in with this conversation. I remember being in my sophomore English class in Jacksonville, Florida. Sister Ann Raymond, teeny tiny little woman, and she scared me to death. And she was the best English teacher I ever had. And so when I was thinking years later, and then to the question you began this hour with, when I thought to myself, what do I want to do? I thought right back to her, and I'm like, I'm going to be an English teacher just like Sister Ann Raymond. She expected the world out of us, and we delivered. And that's what makes the difference, I think.
Amen. Amen to that. My teacher, shout out Nancy Stearns. I believe she's still in Meeteetse, Wyoming, but she was at Wheatland, Wyoming. So it was pretty late in my education that I found that teacher that really changed my world. Her name is Nancy Stearns. She taught in Wheatland, and she went to Meeteetse and taught there. And she's retired now, but she was the one that made me, in Wheatland, they didn't ask you, they recruited you, made me join the speech team. What? Here I am.
Whoa.
She made me join theater, the first time I ever went up on stage as a sophomore, etc. And she was primarily an English teacher. And one day I was standing there. So my dad was the guidance counselor and assistant football coach there in Wheatland. And Nancy Stearns and my dad are standing there talking outside of his office. And I walk up because Dad was my ride home. And this is after school. And they're chatting. And she turns to me while Dad's there. And she was talking to Dad, but she's looking at me and she points at me and she goes, "You'll end up in radio or television or something like that. That's where you're going, John." Yeah. But she was wonderful. She fits that description. I suspect she's similar to you because she took her role and the impact that she had on students, she took very seriously. And I think she thought about that. I mean, how can I help this individual? Because John Baggett was kind of the extroverted character. What can he do? Well, put him up on stage and let him make a fool out of himself. I'm sure.
Well, on that.
Go ahead. I was going to say, I'm sure you have kids like that where you look at them and you go, okay, I could see something in your future. There's some talent in this area. Has that been an experience of yours?
For sure. And not necessarily in English or writing or anything. Students who have passions for science, for space, for math even, and you foster that. We need all types of fields covered. We need those people to explore their passions as well.
Well, I'm going to put up a picture of you and some of your other teachers. Now, some of our audience can't see it because they're listening only, but some of our audience is streaming, and it's a picture of you. By the way, it looks like you have the least amount of paint on your face of all your fellow teachers. Did you want to mention some names real quick? We're almost out of time. We got about 60 seconds left.
That's my middle school team of teachers. Kira Weiland's in there. She's our AP. I think Terpazzo's in there. I'm in there. We were doing what's called a fun run. It was a fundraiser at school. At the middle school level, the kids did the running around the track with those paint bags that they threw on people. And of course, they nailed their teachers first. So that was the fun run. So those people out there, your listeners, if you're considering education, please give it a shot. It is truly a wonderful calling. It's not a job, it's a calling. It's not a 9-to-5 thing. But that's my wonderful group of colleagues at St. Thomas More at the middle school level.
It takes a special person to be a teacher. Absolutely. The grace, the patience of Job, to do what you do, and especially when you do it well. As I mentioned right from the get-go, you're an award-winning teacher. Because I think because of just who you are in general, because you're a good friend too. So I just want to say thanks for joining me. Maybe we do this again at the end of the year, see how the kids and the parents did. But I got to go here. We're at the end of it at the top of the hour. It's 9:59 and it's almost 10 o'clock. You've been listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio every Saturday at your Buddy Bags from 6 to 10. Thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful Labor Day weekend. Bye now.
Thanks, John. Bye.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. A proposed wind farm that promises to bring jobs and increased revenue to Laramie County is dividing ranchers and landowners, some of whom worry the initiative could negatively impact their private properties. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that in an initiative it calls the Laramie Range Wind Project, Spanish energy